as I begin recording. Last we left off, the Black Hand had awoken on the day of the Huntsman's Test, a trial that all new members of the Hunter's Keep had to go through before becoming fully fledged hunters. The Hunter's Keep is a renowned monster hunting guild known throughout the world. Its headquarters based in the Dwarven Citadel of Doonhollow, where you're all staying at right now. You were joined by both Magna and Liska, two experienced hunters of the keep who've been with them for many years, who would be joining you on this hunt. You all made a side trip to Storied Stones and Rarities, a gem and jewellery shop owned by Ophar Rubii, the apparent contact with Balthazar's dwarven trader friend, Baz Grazagdur, back in Morkney. He purchased a large sum of collectible, highly illegal platinum coins minted during the tyrannical days of Nogdur Ashbite III, the xenophobic dwarven cannibal king. Coins which were to be sold on the black market to sketchy anonymous sympathisers of his reign. You got to chatting about establishing a possible trade route across Mayland under the pretense that you'd help him ferry various illicit paper forgeries with your batches of erudite. You discovered he was having trouble with his own deliveries and described carts of valuable gems going missing near the Yorfall, caravans trapped and attacked by small figures as white as snow, some caravans just disappearing altogether. You took that information on board and made your way to the keep, where you were presented with your first contract and quarry, an adult white dragon. You were also presented with some backstory, some background history on this dragon. His title is Crothis, Scion of the Frozen Ruin, the offspring of an ancient white dragon tyrant who terrorized the northern reaches of Mayland 50 years ago. Her name was Malanis, Bride of the Frozen Ruin. She possessed elemental magic and an intelligence unnatural for a creature like herself. Worse still, Crothis apparently matured at twice the rate of a white dragon, reaching adulthood in a mere 5 decades. Every time the keep attempted to slay him within the last year, Crothis migrated to another lair after killing his attackers, becoming bolder and moving closer to civilization. Balthazar had apparently seen the shadow of this creature over the Yorfall on their way to Doonhollow, flying towards a massive icy spire to the north. This gave the party the direction they needed. However, Siren would not be joining them, as she would venture on a different contract under the guardianship of Matthias Krieg, the Black Sheep of the Hunter's Keep, Dark Horse rather. The party went their separate ways, bought a giant boar ram, a keg of gunpowder, and a few potions, and set off into the ice and snow. During their re-entry into the Yorfall, they encountered a pair of distant lumbering yetis before they were ambushed by an unnatural, frigidly cold blizzard and the distant, unmistakable roar of a dragon. Bring us back in. The end of the last game was admittedly a little bit rushed. Not everyone got to prepare what they wanted to prepare, so I've given everyone the options since then, since the last game, to tell me before this session what they would have wanted to get done during those 6 hours within Doonhollow before heading out. So, rewinding time a little bit to the last camp that was set up before the blizzard, you will have the opportunity here to discuss what you have prepped, and though you still have a day's travel ahead of you, a potential plan to slay Crothis. Once that's established, we can skip forward again until just before the blizzard took hold. They'll bring us back in. You all sit around the campfire as night begins to fall on the first day, traveling the Jawful.
So, just to clarify, has the affairs of preparation been settled out of session, or is this something we need to do at the start?
This is something I gave you the option to prepare what you wanted since before this session started. Now
Okay,
you have the.
I don't need to. But
Right,
I was
okay.
just making sure, so.
You all now have the opportunity to discuss what you've prepared, and we can hash out any confusion that might occur. So as you all sit around the campfire in the cold darkness of the Awful, what would you like to discuss?
Magna would like to discuss battle plans the best you can.
I also. So, I'm pretty sure most of the preparation Atlas would involve things being bought in Dune Hollow.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if
yeah.
it happened already.
It has happened. You're just kind of presenting what you've bought in Dune Hollow.
Well, full sets of cold resistance gear for everybody.
Okay, right.
Like that. See, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like,
right.
You're giving us kind of free reign to just make up things that we bought.
No, it's not particularly. Those of you who did give me the information of what you wanted to prepare since last session, you now have you have the opportunity to present that. For example, I know Balthazar wanted to buy approximately three or four potions of cold resistance, so Balthazar would be presenting those.
And Magna will probably be showing off or presenting at least 5 superior health potions.
Yes, you did discuss with that will be before last session. So watch as Magna brings out these series of ruby-coloured potions for all of you.
And 5 other regular potions and 6 herbal kits.
Did you say herbalist or healers?
Oh, healer's kit. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about the herbalism kit isn't gonna do us much good.
Yeah, I get too confused sometimes.
So you are
We can
passing
find
out.
plants. The dragon is killing us. Ah.
Yeah. So Magna.
handing out-
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to ask, you're handing out 5 superior to everyone? Just
Yeah,
so I know
one-
what to put down.
I think it's 5 total. And,
Yeah. So
Yeah,
what,
yes.
what Magna has brought out is 5 superior healing potions, 5 regular healing potions, and 5 medics kits.
So, who are we giving these to?
I'm giving 1 to each of you.
Okay.
So if shit,
Hey, it's Atlas. Just in time. We're
There he
digging
is.
out the potions.
hey, so if shit goes wrong, you have a partner that could probably heal you up.
Make sure to
Yeah.
join Sirenscape Atlas.
Okay,
Right.
So, I also have potions to hand out. And you'll hand out 4 healing potions normal healing potions to everyone.
4 might not be enough for everyone besides her.
Oh no, everyone is getting 4.
Oh.
You are getting 4.
Okay, so I've
Right.
got
Okay. So you've
6
been
total. I've got 6 regular healing potions.
right. Okay. So you've been stuck. You've been you've been stockpiling these for a while, then, have you?
Well, that's the thing. Whenever we go into a major fight, I always make a bunch of healing potions, but then we never end up using them. So it's like, I have like 20 pounds of healing potions. What do I do?
Give them to people.
That's what I'm doing. Right
I could
now.
really have used those in the fucking assassin fight.
But that's the thing.
She didn't
Then
have them
I
because
dread, and I didn't have my healing potions on me.
No, I mean, like, if you divvied them out beforehand, Sao would likely have kept 1 or 2 on her at all times.
oh right.
Oh.
Okay.
Oops.
So
Right.
I've added those to my inventory. My
Right,
company
so
has
who-
6 healing potions, a superior healing potion, and a healer's kit.
So everybody have 6 normal potions and 1
No,
superior.
no, I have 6 because I already had one.
Yeah. I gave everyone 4 healing potions. If you had any before, they stack. If not, then you have 4.
And Magna gave 1 out to everyone, I believe, because yeah,
Yes, and one superior.
1 superior, yes. And a healer's kit.
And, yep.
It's good to have.
Indeed.
Right.
They have a
Balthazar-
limited number of charges, don't they?
10.
Okay.
10 per thing.
Balthazar.
Is it standard healing?
If I heal you with, and while you have the kit, you get. I don't know how it works. But,
I think it's like 1d6 plus your level.
Oh, you've got that feat, haven't you?
yes.
Doesn't Grunka also have that feat?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Next level.
But as normal, it just lets you stabilize without a medicine check, which is incredibly handy if you don't have a lot of intelligence like our group doesn't.
We are not smart.
So,
We're savvy.
how many potions do everyone else have? Plus the ones I've given out.
I'm at 5 regular, 1 superior.
Okay.
So I'm at 6 normal, 1 superior, 1 T3 random, and 1 thing that if I make him heal, blow up his throat and face.
I have 4 healing potions, 1 superior, and 4 healing kits.
Okay.
5.
Sable.
I
No.
have 6 healing potions because I started with 1, Magna gave 1, Nero gave 4, sorry. I have a superior and I have the healing kit.
And that would give the superior to Balthazar and healing, so he got a superior and a healing potion.
I've got a superior and a healing.
Okay.
What I got from you? That
Yeah,
gives me a total of 5 healing potions and 1 superior.
Yeah,
Did
and a
you
healing kit.
count down the 4 that I gave you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good.
What was the
I
tier of those?
The normal. I didn't have time to make any superior ones.
Just as a note, I also have a pretty handy macro if anyone wants to take a healing potion. So
How?
yeah,
So, okay, so I'll
Where's
just,
the macro?
apparently it's not showing up for the rest of you. So for the meantime, I'll just tell me when you're taking a healing potion in what tier, and I'll just ping it there.
okay, so I'll just delete all the superior healing potions off my list.
All the ones you gave.
Oh. Try that again.
Right click and
there it
have it in
is.
bar.
Kiku.
Where?
In macros, it's in the first one to the left of the gear
Yeah.
in the chat options.
Oh.
Okay.
In bar, there we go.
Also, I do want to say, like, yes, dragons are they do have the capability of doing a lot of area of effect, particularly with their breath if it keeps recharging. But given Liska's being Liska, she's likely to be focused for a bit. So, do we want to give her perhaps more healing potions than others?
I mean, you could take the last healing, the superior healing potion,
Okay.
and a healer kit. Because I can't use the healer thing on myself per se. I think I can. I'm not sure, but no, the healer.
It's
I'll
more
do-
for getting people up, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
thought.
you'll be unconscious so you can't use it on yourself.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought. So, take the healer's kit and superior potion. So I'll take. Off
And
my-
honestly, those in melee need to be spread out for that exact reason. Just fucking
Yeah.
breath weapons.
That's exactly the plan. that I came up with.
So you said macros.
It is the top. You know where there's like the different tabs for like character sheets, compendium, all that.
Oh, Zakia.
Yeah, next to the cogwheel is the macro list.
Oh.
3 dots, 3 lines.
Yep, you tick the checkbox for in bar, and it'll pop up at the bottom.
Also,
Also, language. What does language mean?
Just
Language.
puts all your language up, I guess.
let's see.
Weird. There's a button for that already.
But it's just faster.
This is faster than going to a macro. Yeah, fair enough. To each their own.
I don't see the thing for macro. I'm at the gear thing.
Yeah, next to the gear, there's like a little list. There's a button that looks like a list.
Oh, okay. Oh, got it.
Yeah, so with healer, it's just a creature. It doesn't necessarily say you can't heal yourself, but you can't get yourself up.
Got it.
But you can still heal yourself once every combat, I think.
Long rest, I think.
This reminds me of a artificer I looked over once. They had one called, I think, Potion Smith,
Short rest.
which could get a feature upgrade thing where they could set a prerequisite for a certain potion to be administered automatically to you. Which was kind of fun.
Just IV tube sticking out of your arms at all times.
Basically.
Alright,
Worst part is they
so
also had a potion which was basically a haste potion, but no side effects.
Oh.
That's broken.
Damn.
So, how many potions of cold resistance did you buy, Balthazar? Atlas?
I got 2.
Okay. So, who will be getting said potions?
I have 1 for myself right now because I need to take that. The 2 mountain folk have their own innate resistances.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I have one.
Yeah,
Okay,
we want the
so you
squishes
have
to
one.
have them because they need to be better surviving a direct blast.
Just so you know, the damage taken from the blizzard last session, that's all been revoked as I've been refining the mechanics of any sort of hazards that might be out in the Yorfall here.
Okay.
Alright.
Hey, Balthus isn't half dead anymore.
Yeah, that was more that was kind of an impromptu thing, but now I've actually kind of taken it on board, refined the mechanics more, and we'll see how things play out.
Awesome.
Sweet. Stratagem. Probably need to be discussed.
So, one, since we have all these cold resistance potions, don't drink it until we're like combat is about to happen. Like, because they
Yeah.
last an hour, and if we're outside and the dragon's strafing us, he can just strafe and then fly the fuck away, and your potions will likely run out before we even actually get to battle.
Yeah.
And then you're fucked.
Yeah, two, if somehow it engages in the middle of the open area, we're kind of fucked. Like, there's no getting around it. It's just going to fly around us and just cold breath us until we're dead. So, like, we have to do as much as we can to just have, like, to try to get it in its lair. Because that's the only feasible place we'll be able to engage it, to keep it down. Because Liska's good. Liska's good and sticky. She's really good at keeping things close to her. So,
Techno's
Just-
Balthazar.
so, yeah, just to keep things like in space, and plus, it's been mentioned before, spread out. Like, just
Yeah.
spread the fuck out, because all it takes is a direct blast of cold breath and just a moderately average roll on damage, and you're dead.
Hey,
us.
real quick, I did have a question.
Mm.
With that roll about what I know about dragons, would I know the type of breath? Like, if it's a cone, a line, or what's it?
You would. You
What
would
did
know.
you-
You would know that white dragons typically, how you say it? The breath is typically a conal effect, less of a line.
Mm.
Which is even
Which means those who are close in don't have to spread out as far, but those really far away have to be like really, really far apart from
Yeah,
each
he
other.
could also position himself to give the maximum effect. So
Yeah.
the further apart you are, the better anyway. You want
Which
like
is
the three
why-
melee folk in like triangle formation.
For example,
Read
I've drawn up a little thing here. Getting as evenly spread as possible is great because if D for dragon here is in the middle, he's gonna have to pick a target, and if it's intelligent, which it should be, it's gonna be a lot more prone to trying to do, move and hits. Do like hit and run sort of tactics, because it would not be as efficient for it if it were to stay there. So if it just stays in the middle, it's going to get all beat up. But if it's smart, it's fine to take the one attack opportunity from like the weakest thing, and it's gonna just do pass bys, so that way it can get. It's not sitting in the middle, and everybody has to reposition and scramble. So that's something for us to be aware of. Gonna be. I think once the breath attack goes off, we do know it can take a while before it can do it again. So once that happens, I think some of these restrictions can.
I assume this is all in character as you're around the campfire.
Yes.
Oh yeah, little drawings in the snow and everything. So this formation would probably be something akin to our best until it does a breath attack. At which point, we might want to slightly group in pairs, so that way, if it tries to start, going past just the one person to mess this guy up in the corner, without having everybody just swell on him. That way, we can start provoking multiple attacks of opportunity at once. Multiple people can capitalize on that, and we can punish it more than we could.
I have a
So-
concern.
What's that?
The ranged folk. Obviously, it's very reliant on the environment we're in, but how are we ensuring their safety? Because I'm thinking.
So you have details on what Crothis is. There you go.
Because I'm thinking, obviously they're further away. I imagine it's going to be Sao and Nero. They're further away, apart a bit, so they don't get hit in one blast. If he does indeed manage to get far enough to do so, but do we want to put some muscle there? Because I was trying to think in character what Velen would do, because he's going to follow the plan.
Yes.
Because that's just logical. But squish.
Yes. That is one of the things I was thinking of. If somebody's if somebody doesn't have a weapon out, like, for example, Sao absolutely should have a melee person next to them, because she cannot provoke on attacks of opportunity. I don't think she has a bayonet or anything, so she just could not do it. She's the prime target, except maybe for, like, Nero, depending,
Depending on how good Fireball is,
yeah.
I'm thinking.
yeah.
I'm not saying this just because of like character reasons and such, but
Yes.
I think maybe Vellum with Sao would work because he's. Let's be honest, he's not great. You want the hardest hitters up front doing the hardest hits.
Well,
But we also want everybody doing damage.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
nobody can
trying
afford to be idle. And here's the problem. The further you are away, and it's inherent with a cone, the further that you are away from the center of that cone, if I have its little square here, means the further you have to be away from each other to still be out of its effect.
Oh yeah, if
You have to
somebody
be
does get put with
real
them, I
far
imagine
back.
they're going to be in a 30-foot distance from them, whoever they're with, just to maximize. Because if it's 30 feet, they can still get there. They can use their movement to get there.
But
and do what
here's
they
the thing.
Yep.
I could see that. But once it does its breath attack, everything changes. Because we want somebody who is strong and capable of making attacks of opportunity next to people who cannot and are not. Otherwise, that person is a sitting duck for a melee strafe. It can just run right up over there, say, I'd rather take the attacks of opportunity from that than sit here and have each person hit me 2 or 3 times. Right? Statistically speaking, it's better for the dragon, and it would be enough of a skilled fighter, predator, and intelligent enough to likely be able to make that decision. It might not. We could do things to try and goad it, and with Liska and everything, we might be able to taunt it. You might say that it has...
So with Liska has... So there's a couple of mechanical things about the Cavalier class. So Liska has Sentinel. So if the dragon does try and provoke, like move out of her melee range and provoke, she can just lock it down where it is. With that in mind,
That's very good.
moving through someone's space does not provoke. And that also factors into the idea that the breath cone attack is something to be worried about. Like, if there's a bunch of people standing behind the tank, you don't want, like the dragon's more inclined to be like, well, I'm gonna fuck everything over here. So I would say have Liska on point in front of the dragon, have everyone kind of arranged, spread out, relatively close or not, depending on if you want to be in a cone or not, behind the dragon. That way, if it decides to turn around and be like, fuck this, and then lunge for someone behind it that squished you in melee, Liska has the opportunity just to lock it down in place so it doesn't get that chance to do the claw
Also,
shit.
Which would be good.
also
I'm not refuting any of that.
So with all this in mind, I think we should assign positioning, just so we're 100% clear who needs to be where.
yeah, that's the idea I had. I talked with Alice about.
So at least no matter what happens, we know where we're supposed to be.
Like, I know that the two that's going to be taking the damage to the dragon is going to be the main force. Vanguards are going to be the ones that can literally either hit and run, or not be very mobile, not stay in one place. Whoever can ride my ram can use it as a mount and fuck some shit up with it, and have a buddy along with them. Buddy system, guys.
I am trained with that and with the feet for using the mounts, but obviously I won't have advantage or anything on it because it's not the size of or smaller than my steed.
Fair enough.
But it does mean I would have a certain additional level of mobility. That again also means if I were to try and strafe, I would be providing attacks of opportunity, which may not be very good, because that would be...
So I'm just gonna... There we go.
There we go. Little dragon.
Durgan.
So go ahead and drop your tokens on there if you want to strategize now.
So where the dragon is looking is the front.
Tanner. The
Yes.
whole joke.
This girl's a big girl.
Yeah, it's the whole joke that it looked like a D from like a hill from Grunka's perspective.
Ruined it. But yeah, I'm uncertain about the usage of a mount because all it takes is for the mount to go down for you to get knocked off and be vulnerable.
Yes.
Yeah. Also,
And
I have
later,
my
I might not have the mobility.
I also have my crossbow stuff, so I could be ranged, but I'm not as good as in melee.
I don't know how to do my token.
Just click
click and
your
drag
name and
out.
drag.
Oh,
Yeah, you're already there.
There you go.
And you can right click and say,
Choose side.
Choose
Yeah.
side.
Or you can just select your token and just hit token visuals. It pops up in the chat.
For some reason, like from a distance, that Magna portrait looked like the floof of the collar was the chest, and it was like a looking down perspective. rather looking up at the spectacle.
Pathetic.
Which is fitting because Mount. It was a very amusing.
I mean, also, I have the being that I'm a fighter. I can also use one of my superior tactics.
Okay, so who do we want on protection detail? Because we mentioned that we need to squish at least somebody there to monopolize on certain things. Done with volunteer, but again, he's going to follow the plan because that's the best chance of survival. Letting the more experienced people fucking dictate what the hell happens.
I think
I would also just say that given, like, if the dragon wants to go up and fuck up a squishy, there's nothing you can really do about it, short of, like we were talking about,
But it's
Liska.
still good to have somebody there with healing on hand.
I mean, sure, but they'll likely be within movement range anyway.
So, here's even if you protect your squishy, there's gonna be some shit to fuck the shit up. Like the dragon's gonna do something, you can't literally stop it. So I appreciate the idea of doing a protection detail, but on this, the survival rate is either working with the plan and making sure everyone's good, and don't try and protect everybody, because that's also going to lead you out in the open for the dragon to either go like,
Oh no, for sure. I thought part of the plan was having somebody with the range. It didn't Atlas say that? I'm confused. Sorry.
One of my thoughts would be that one sweet. Let me move my mic a little bit closer. One of my thoughts would be that it has the potential to strafe people, right? And it could do that in a way where it would be rather provoke an attack of opportunity and say end up on the other side of Liska, where it's not starting its turn surrounded by all of us getting multiple hits. That's just preferred. If that's the case, if, say, we had, again, Salyun over here next to me, that means that if it's provoking attacks of opportunity and going that way, and coming towards, Sal, it might be more advantageous that way. So that way, if ranged people are on their own, it's not getting just free attacks, right? We have more people who are able to.
I think we should have indoor
AoE.
range with an outdoor range.
Right,
Because
AoE.
outdoors, there's going to be a lot more space for both sides to play with.
I
Outdoor,
don't want to
mostly.
do outdoor.
Outdoor, we're mostly fucked.
Yeah, if we're outdoor, we're dead. Because what it's going to do is it's going to be about 110 feet in the air.
I think Sal should probably be up
it's-
here.
Yeah.
look, we're putting in.
Just because we're
putting
fucked
in-
doesn't mean we shouldn't have a plan.
I mean, this is the plan.
Okay, run.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yeah, our
there's no
run
way
to
that.
any amount of cover. Because otherwise it's going to be about 100 feet in the air, come down to the range of its cone, do a strafe blast on us, go back up for however many turns it needs to be, and strafe us again until we're dead. And
I
that's
mean,
just
also-
how it is.
Also, the major plan is to fuck up one if its wings or its leg, or even blind it somehow to boost our survival rate up.
Yeah, if we can
It-
keep it grounded, that's the biggest thing.
Yeah,
Target
Yeah,
the wings
playing-
first off, and then worry about everything else.
then it's playing on our terms, not its. Okay, so
Well, just tell me where you need me positioned, and I will go there.
I mean, in terms of positioning, preferably we'd have you sort of close to the dragon, but still not close enough that you'd be too far away from one of the squishies.
Makes sense. Because at the moment, I'm worried about how many of us are surrounding the dragon. I mean, obviously, this isn't to scale, but we want as few people caught in a single breath attack as possible.
I mean, you're
I mean-
also Texy, so you can probably get out of the way.
Well,
I still only
cone,
take
cone of
half
cold
damage,
is
that's
like
still-
a cold breath is Constitution. It doesn't. It,
Regardless, it's still a case
big
of
difference.
I'd rather it hit one person than potentially hitting two.
Yeah, but also we're kind of.
Oh god, it's
already-
getting bigger.
We're
Let me
kind of
make it-
already.
Make it a bit more
Spread out?
accurate to scale, shall I?
like we're kind of already spread out, like and not really being affected by any cones.
Okay, I only worry because the more people we have, the less space there is to spread.
I mean, in the
But
later.
if you think
The
they'll find
people
it-
who are most susceptible to the cones, which would be our mountain folk, because they're large enough that he might be able to, flip between the two of them and get them both, because of their sides, have resistance to it. One of the things we could do is have the mountain folks on opposite ends, so that way, if he is going to hit one of the big targets with resistance, he has to pick. And that way he won't get a chance, like right now, to kind of get the two of them in one cone, depending.
That's
Right?
true, and also
Yeah.
we should always try to maintain as much flanking as possible.
Yes.
Yes.
So-
This is going to be an absolute rule for this. Everyone must be flanking somebody else in order for this to work. It's going to be hard to hit, and we're going to need to get that advantage.
All right.
Oh yeah, I forgot we're going with conga line rules.
Hmm.
So I'll probably be where
We can
Grunk
put-
is. And
We can put Grunka next to Vellum, or well, if the
Yeah.
deep range DPS, depending on where they are. Like we want to be, because right now we're actually kind of geometrically placed very well for against cone attacks. Because if he chooses Vellum, he'd be missing Sao and Neural. If he chooses Neural over here, Vellum and Grunka are just outside the range of the beginning of the cone. So this is actually a really good, like the diamond formation with the.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, I like
we should
that.
though keep one thing in mind. It's not just the head of a dragon we're fighting.
Oh yeah, like
Deal with wings and tails.
yeah, but those
Definitely.
are again.
Single target. So
yeah, single target versus
it'll hurt,
breath
but
weapon that can
yeah.
fuck us over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but also considering, again, Liska's specialty in keeping things close to her, I think Sao should be over here, because Liska, by virtue of hitting things, gives them disadvantage on all melee attacks against people that aren't her.
well, why not just switch Grunka and Vellum and then have them on that side? Because then it's the opposite side to Liska, and there's less opportunity for it to hit by proxy.
I mean, also if there's any like high ledges or
I think we should also switch Magna and Grunka.
yeah.
Oh, Magna and Grunka? Okay, so okay, so Magna and Grunka switch. And
Grunka could be down here, so he
yeah, I was
is
saying Grunka
reckless.
could be down there. And
Actually, no, we would. Reckless actually would probably be bad for this fight. So Grunka, yeah, we'll try to keep
Actually-
Grunka flanking as many people as possible.
It's like raid planning before a fight. I love it.
with Magna
It is.
here,
Really,
what's
it
going
is.
on now?
Leroy.
I actually have an idea. I think Grunka can be our wild card, so to speak. As in, he's small enough that he could technically run under the dragon
And
with
fuck
no
up his-
issue.
By
Yeah.
the
He just fucks off.
Grunka, get back.
We could literally
Grunka.
have Grunka
Smash
just
leg.
Hey, running away is the
Oh.
best plan that we can do.
That's true. Technically, everybody I think but Liska and Magna can run underneath the dragon. Because I think it's either huge or gargantuan.
I was
And
thinking
you
more
can
in
move
terms,
through spaces that are 2 sizes larger than you.
I was thinking more in terms of the fact that with Grunka, if he rages and goes under it, the dragon has literally no other choice than to either try and step on him, which is gonna be a bit hard seeing as he's basically running around below him, or move away so he could, bite or slap him with the tail.
And that will also
Or I
react.
could just land him.
But also, you have to realize that you can't end your movement inside a creature space. So he wouldn't be underneath the dragon.
True. But still, have Grunka run over, bite him in the ankles, and then run away.
Or break one of his ankles.
Or that.
Question.
I think
with,
one of
with Magna here, what the fuck am I doing now? 'Cause-
You're down south, man.
Yeah.
You're
muted.
flanking with Balthazar.
I think one of his like pinky toes is probably thicker than Grunka is. So
Probably.
the bone that is. I don't think they're hollow like birds.
Just hammer your axe into the Achilles tendon and
Hammer.
So are we moving the squishes to the opposite side of Liska for the sake of?
For the sake of opportunity attacks.
Because, like you
Like,
said,
if he wants,
you're
yeah,
keeping
if
the
he-
attention on Liska, and then that will mean the opposite direction is safe.
yeah,
you
if
trying
he
to,
wants to disengage from Liska, I mean, even if it disengages from Liska, she'd still get an opportunity attack because of Sentinel. So
In which
Like-
speed all of its speed drops and it can't get the squishes.
yeah, if they were here, like if they were here on her side, it can move pretty much through her space to get to them and wouldn't provoke. So that's why being on the opposite end is better.
how do you
Mhm.
roll your token around to face certain?
So you select
Magnus
it with.
what does Magnus does? Is she a fighter?
I'm a
Let's go
fighter.
Magna fighters.
Okay, so that
There is
I was
a-
saying, yeah.
There is a blue kind of square handle right at the top, and just above that is also that's the one that we use to rotate it.
Okay then. Never
Um,
used that option before, but
But yeah,
okay.
they're fine. That's good as well because if they need to action surge in order to do any drastic action, then they're in a better position to do it. Yeah.
I mean, we should fucking Nova this thing down. Like, there's no
Yeah, fuck
reason
you.
not to bust every single thing you have.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, in an extreme situation where they need to get somebody the fuck out of there and up to shoot this thing still, then yeah, they have options as opposed to people who would not have the extra action economy.
I think it is a greater priority to kill this thing than to try and save anyone. And my
I'm not,
reasoning
no, I don't
for
mean
that,
everyone, but if a good main source of damage goes down, then we're less damage overall. But yeah, I see your point.
yes,
The best
yeah,
critical
that's
hits.
very true. And as somebody who has the ability to drop big ass smites, that's a comforting sentiment. But at the same time, that's another round where you're not doing any damage. They have to get up and then get back into the fight. And now you've grouped on top of that person, and you're a prime target for.
No, I mean that. What I mean is it prevents
Right.
that sort of situation. So say they go over, they do the action to administer a potion. They can action surge and get the fuck back in before ending up in that situation.
Well, it's the
I mean-
fighter, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's good for a fighter to be on the side with the squishes because they have more versatility in their action economy.
I'm not going to
So
disengage from the dragon, though.
I'm talking very, very rare hypotheticals. I just want to be covered.
Alright, I understand that. But, just something to be aware of. Also, the dragon might do enough damage to outright kill you.
So keep that in mind.
So, that's for any of us, you know? Once your health gets kind of low, if you survive one of its big hits, and it gets another decent chunk on you, it might do enough to just, at least in the case of our squishies, just say, okay, here's 50 damage to you. You have 40 life and you're at 10? Bye. And by that point, there's nothing we can do beside, focus on killing it before that starts to sway. Because the more people are down or not doing anything, the more we're at a disadvantage in action economy. So we're going to need to make sure we keep flanking and keep just, as Avon said, Nova this thing down as much as we can. Otherwise,
We're fucked in so many ways.
fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The less turns it's alive, the less opportunity it has to gain its breath weapon back.
Yeah,
That-
because those things luckily have a decent charge time, especially for something as powerful as a dragon. So, once the breath attack is kind of out of the picture, and any of us are still up, at that point it just becomes a damage race. And
That's
formations like these will make it so it will be unoptimal.
Yep.
For it, so
Right.
The race begins.
But there is
I'm gonna take a
a
little
All right. So
screen cap of this one.
Yeah.
one question that I have.
Yeah.
Where should I
Uh.
put this thing?
Where should you what?
Oh, how on the Veil Omens?
Yeah,
you don't
where
have a chance to put it anywhere. It goes straight for it. The closest thing you could do is probably send it somewhere. Just smack dab in front of you, or try and get in a position so Grunkhead always has a flanking target.
I don't
I
think.
mean-
Can you? I guess you probably could. Yeah.
It's a melee attacker. So if you do that, we'll make sure you definitely can. I think just by the sheer fucking size of this thing, Brunka could probably be next to me and count for Vellum, or next to Liska and Pop for Magma, just because it's so fucking huge. But that's just one more thing to make it a little bit easier on Brunka. If it's right there, then he will have kind of a more guaranteed fly.
Yeah,
Also,
and
for
not
people
to be
that-
reckless.
Yeah, for people that have save abilities and spells, it likely has legendary saves, so your first few effects are likely not to go through. So
Yeah.
Don't blow all your
pick
big
and
ones
choose.
on first
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, pick
Make
and choose.
sure they're worthwhile and do what you want them to do. Don't fuck shit up.
Don't fuck.
Okay then. So, are you all set? Is that your plan?
Yeah.
As set as we can
I
be,
think
I
so.
guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything else is down to just improv if it goes
Okay
awry.
then.
Yeah.
Unless
God,
we're
I'm
allowed to
shaking.
get some legendary dragon slaying items, that would be nice.
Let's
Do you want
bring
the
this.
hound there? I'd say maybe put it on the other side because that's encouraging it to breath weapon this way.
Before we go back in any further, kind of get sucked back into this, I'm going to bring us back into the blizzard. Are you ready?
Yep.
Ready as we ever be.
Okay.
Once more into the breach, my friends.
So, as discussed last time, the blizzard itself seems to subside every now and then, and once again, kind of, it seems to whip up in this frenzy of billowing winds. However, now as you kind of trudge through the snow and ice, keeping the view of the two lumbering yetis through in the distance in the fog. The blizzard once again begins to swell up, and you hear the very unmistakable noise of a dragon.
Hello, I'm a dragon.
Spooky. Oh, that's following.
So, what's everyone doing? Oh, before everyone does that, I would like everyone to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, right.
Oh shit, here we go
Hope they're as
again.
good as last time.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Well. Okay, good. Everyone else managed to succeed.
Or
Okay.
Fucking 10.
Thanks.
oh,
Balthazar, Vellum, and Grunker. You all take. Let's see here. Oh, lost it. There we go.
Where's Liskus?
Yeah, Liska.
Yeah. What's
Fifth from the
Liskus?
top. It's fifth from the bottom.
Fifth from. We're not
It's
seeing
not
it.
showing
I'll
for us
see you.
again, buddy.
Oh,
Eight
it was
to the
19.
right.
Yes. Okay.
There's something up
swear.
with your character sheet there. Don't know what it is, but it's
Is
not
it set
showing.
to public or when you roll?
I should also mention Liska and Magna. You both have advantage on this, but Magna, you succeed. And let's see, what's Liska's?
I mean, it was 19, but
Okay,
Sure,
so
I'll take
you
it.
succeed as well then. So Balthazar, Vellum, and Grunker, you will take 6 points of cold damage as the frigid winds blast against your exterior. What's everyone doing?
Fucking call you wrong.
This isn't something where the cold weather gear or anything helps, correct?
Cold weather gear, that's fair. Cold weather would actually give you advantage. Thank you for bringing that up.
Oh, can I roll
Yeah.
again?
Yes, you may.
Yes.
Sorry, I should have mentioned that.
I think we all have.
Oh,
that.
goddammit!
So,
Should I just
I
have
rolled
my?
the exact same fucking thing.
Yeah, should I just have the advantage?
Oh, God dang.
Should I just take the advantage I did in my first roll then?
yes, so you succeed. You do not take 6
I'm
points
gonna
of cold
refresh.
damage.
Honestly, I would get all the low numbers out before the fight.
Yeah, I'd
Look,
refresh it because
let
I
me
don't
just
want
prime
bad
my dice.
dragon fight.
Truly one
That
D0.
auto crit.
Insta dead.
With each passing roar of this dragon, you hear it growing closer and closer.
I mean,
I
guess
want to keep
we'll
a fucking
hide.
eye out for it, just to know what direction it's coming from.
Make a perception check.
I will once my game loads in. Just a moment. Okay, here we go.
I guess we'll just hide.
Sure.
Keep
Hide where?
I mean,
Okay, that's
I don't
more
know
like
what's around
Three.
us.
Well, as Lisk is currently kind of darting around looking for some place to hide, Vellum kind of points off approximately what looks like approximately 50 feet away. You can see a small lip of rock that kind of dips under a kind of a low-hanging cliff that could function as brief respite from the blizzard and the sighting of any sort of hiding from any sight from the dragon, as it were.
I see it over that way.
Great.
Okay,
Yes,
so
what's wrong?
you all begin to kind of hurry over in that direction, kind of dipping below. You dip below the outcropping. Then hear another sound over the blizzard as it begins to grow closer.
Do I still have eye line of it, or have I lost sight of it?
Well,
Because I'm going to be trying to keep my eyes trained on it as much as possible.
you don't see much at the moment, but what you can see is a very quickly approaching massive silhouette of a shape in the blizzard. 40 to 50 foot wingspan as it slowly begins to glide downwards, and you can see you can see the blurred shapes of the lumbering figures of the yetis in the snow. And suddenly there is a bright blue, and there's a bright light and a blur of motion as something as this figure, much larger, whoosh down on one of them, leaving nothing but a familiar long trailing icy formation. And you lose track of it for a moment.
Fuck.
I'm
Wish the
gonna
ducks
roll
out in the open.
dice.
The large humanoid figure, the one that's left, kind of looks about in panic and then just flees. Whoosh! A second blur of motion, and the fleeing figure is no longer there. And Vellum, you see, as the shape moves through the air northwards, back up into what you presume to be its lair.
What the fuck did you see? I can't see shit.
I don't know, I don't know. So the second you hear like the roaring in the background, just he shifts from like a lot more nervous state. I could just see it. See where it's gone, and
The best all of you saw was a black blue glow in the distance and this vicious thrumming beat of a wing, and then just nothing.
well, I know what'll happen to us if we're not careful. I saw a couple of things out there get taken out by that thing. Just it swooped by and did away with it, and it's over in that way. But he's gesturing with his finger in like the direction where he saw it end up. But it seems very uncertain about going out there. Yeah, this is out of his fucking depth, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's out of everyone's depths, man.
Yeah.
Level
I
7.
mean, poor boy from a desert town came to a
Yeah.
fucking icy tundra to fight a dragon.
Deep breath.
Is the is the dragon coming back to perhaps like grab these two yetis and take them back to its lair, or did it just leave?
The best you saw was an icy blue glow, kind of flashing in the distance, and you no longer see the two lumbering figures.
Right, well, what I saw with that question, I'll ask that question, but from my perspective. Is it coming back or is it staying where it's going?
From 22 perception, you kind of peek out beneath this sort of outcropping, and you don't see much else. There is no enormous shadow looming over the skies. There are no lumbering figures. Just
Right.
ice, frost, and blizzard.
Well, I don't see what it attacked, but I don't see it either. I think maybe the coast is clear.
For now, anyway.
Yeah, for now.
We need to be quick and we need to be quiet.
So what are you all doing?
Gonna be quick and quiet, apparently.
Around the stealth.
Alright, everyone make a
Is-
stealth check.
Is the
Not possible.
Do
Oh
we-
right, yeah,
Yeah.
you're in your bright fucking gold armor.
I'm in my bright gold armor, partially covered by my
I mean,
big
it's
fucking.
pretty thick blizzard,
winter
so
coat.
maybe.
But at the same time,
Are we having the? We don't
Uh,
have Password of Trace, do we?
No, that
Nope.
was an NPC ability.
yeah,
Right.
Good old Kane.
Never mind, I fucking suck.
So who has the White Wolf cloaks?
Liska, and I think
Nero?
Well, no, Nero was using Liska, but
Mhm.
unless Nero's going off on her own, which is highly possible. But yeah, Liska was covering herself. If Nero wasn't going to use it, the other person we got for it, then Balthazar can have it, so he gets just a flat roll instead of
I mean,
disadvantage.
it was too big for Neil to wear.
Yeah.
Unless we
Yes,
trim
so-
it down, or they happen to have one small enough for Kobold.
Likely doubt it.
Yeah, so
Either way,
let's give it to Balthazar so it counteracts the disadvantage from his armor.
yeah, because if we
So
can get as
what-
close as
what
we can
does
without being
armor
seen, that
actually
would be
do?
grand.
It's a giant white snow wolf cloak, so it's just like a pure white cloak against snow.
Yeah, it would.
Oh.
Your White Wolf cloaks would give you advantage on stealth in icy and snowy terrain.
Well,
okay.
Magda done fucked
Well.
up.
So roll your stealth then. you, had, you,
Oh,
you had a chance.
I
You had a
am
chance.
so sorry.
Blew it.
I mean,
I'm
Magda
trying to
and
get them
Balthazar
all out the
fucked.
way before we get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good thing.
We're gonna die.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Right, so the dragon seems to have flown away. Did anyone see where it headed? Where
Yeah.
it took those two Yeti?
Yeah, I saw where it went. It's more this way. He's been sort of looking in a direction, likely to keep his eyes on where it went, so he doesn't lose track. Because
Vellum.
He feels like with the blizzard, it's gonna lose track. Yeah, that way. I saw it go there, and yeah.
Venom, deep breath. Nervous makes you worse in battle, and worse to keep your wits sharp.
Yeah, I know, but the closer we get, the more real this gets. It's a fucking
This is
dragon.
brewing for me every day. So you just calm down. A steady head is better in battle. At all times. So you are no use to us scared.
Okay.
Let's keep going. I'm good.
We need to head towards the peak and make sure that we stay adjacent to any outcroppings so we can take cover from the dragon's eyes.
All right then. So, the trek through the Jawfall is unforgiving and blisteringly cold. Since Crothis has left, the blizzard has died down, so you no longer need to make Constitution saving throws. But it is still blisteringly cold. The icy fingers, like icy fingers kind of scatters over the open wastes, reaching up through the snow like skeletal claws of some ancient giant long buried beneath the powdered white. The colour palette is naught but muted blues dappled with unnatural hints of green, and blinding white of the blizzard kind of limits vision. And yet the ominous visage of the 500-foot tall spire of ice still looms up on the horizon, growing larger and closer the closer you journey to it. After about an hour or so, who's leading this, by the way? What's the marching order?
Someone who can probably pat down the
If no
snow
one
for
wants to-
Neil goes
I would
first.
say, I'd
Yeah,
probably
if
say
no one wants to.
Liska.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
so
I'm keeping a lookout, but I don't know if he.
I'd want to be towards the front by virtue
All
of
right.
principle.
so just drag yourselves on the image there. This will be the front, and this will be the back.
Left being front. What is this, Japan?
Oh, you could do it the other way actually.
Ah, I'm over here now.
So this will be the front then.
Ah, damn it, Jenner! I keep trying to move my pog and you drag me over to the side. Okay, so front. Okay, so there's the front. I guess he'll be relatively at the front because he's keeping an eye out, but not right at the front. Of course. At the switch to the proper pog.
Hey, there you go.
Don't have
It is
that
a
much
visual
shenanigans there.
reminder of what my AC level should be. Hey, I have 2 different values.
So what's Magna doing?
I'm still having trouble.
Oh dear. Right. Okay. Go to you and your party. Under there, you'll find your token there, Magna Alnega.
Okay.
Make sure you're clicking the name and dragging on.
Yeah.
I am.
The
Right.
name, not the figure.
I'm trying to do the. Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So Magna is going to take up the place between Neril and Velum, I imagine.
Yep.
Yeah, squeeze on in there.
Can't fucking do this.
You can hold down. You can hold down Alt to.
There
Or
you
they
go.
could just squidge up one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. So Sayun's carrying Neril on her shoulders there.
Apparently.
Apparently, despite
Yeah,
the
or-
fact that
or-
she,
That's a wild ride.
Or
So-
carrying the kobold in her arms because small kobold getting lost in the snow, no thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fair
she'll
enough.
be fine.
Okay. So doing this about I'll say let's go ahead and make a perception. Or who wants to make a perception check?
now
I
Merc one.
will.
Just in case you see
Might as well.
anything of the dragon.
Hurt.
I see everything from my new vantage point.
I can't see shit because there's like people in the way now.
Seeing through leaves, seeing through snow, it's the same thing.
No, I mean I can't go below a 15, so result. Good old passive perception.
Good stuff.
Nero needs to get a fucking head in the game.
Okay. So yeah, keeping to the side of the foot of the mountain, the foot of the mountains in the valley here, just trying to keep a lookout for any kind of rocky outcroppings where you can hide under should Crothis return. After about an hour or so, the terrain gradually kind of merges into more rugged and mountainous terrain. Jagged rocks, kind of ice crystals jutting out at odd near horizontal angles, and small lips of rock which causes some of you to trip but catch yourselves. Sometimes you find yourselves slipping in the ice that's kind of filled some of these rocky cracks. It's difficult terrain and causes some annoyance.
Liska, you may want to not step there. You're about to step into a crevice.
I'm fine.
As you look down, Liska, you see, as Neril said this, you notice your large hoof is just kind of stepping into some very suspiciously soft snow, and you can see now what looks like a large, kind of slight dip in the snow, form of a very long crevice, very long and large and wide. Looks like the snow is just settled on top of it, and it's just about to give way.
Liska is going to. So it's the snow is covering the crevice, or like is the crevice hidden? Can you describe that again? Like, is there an opening? Is there an open gap in the ground right now?
It looks as though there is a snow-covered lip, which is just hiding, kind of just over the edge, a very large and deep crevice, and you've just caught yourself just about to step into it.
Liska is going to kind of look down and then like steady herself and then just kind of slam her hoof on the ground and have that snow fall off so it's visible.
The snow kind of tumbles off the edge, and you can see it does fall quite a way, about 30 to 40 feet down, and it kind of tumbles and starts filling it further, just gradually filling the bottom. You now see before you a very, very large crevice, approximately 100 feet end to end, and it's kind of about a 10-foot gap. And Neil's, and you kind of be thankful to Neil as she's just pointed this out just about as you were about to step into it. This hazard.
Hi.
So how are we going to get across this?
Jenner, how
Yes.
long is the crevice? Like, we know how wide it is from side to side, but how long does it extend?
It's a 10-foot gap,
Oh,
and
okay.
it's 100 feet end to end.
Right. See, okay. I was.
Is there
flipping
any
those.
earth on the wall that we're close to on the other side?
There is. It's stone and ice.
Stone? I
Stone.
can work with stone. Because I'm fairly sure I can make a bridge with this to clear the gap.
If the dirt or stone, yeah. So how 5 foot cube? Okay. You would have to.
Do it twice.
Yeah, you'd have to do it twice, essentially.
Good thing it's a cantrip.
It's a cantrip.
Yeah.
It's a
So
very incredibly useful cantrip.
so quite easily, Neil kind of saunters up to the edge, and you watch her kind of weave a few incantations with her hands, and you watch as the stone in this very kind of sturdy looking rectangular kind of cuboid almost stone bridge extends and kind of thunk at the end where your feet stand, Liska.
Interesting.
And we have a bridge.
Was the ground underneath? Is the ground we're walking on right now loose earth?
The ground you are walking on right now is it's a mixture of craggy stone with ice filling the gaps. It seems this is a very large crag with you do see before the snow hit the ground deep within the crevice there was a small lining of ice at the bottom. It seems over time water has filled these cracks and the ice has sort of expanded them over time. Hence the very, very difficult terrain here.
Okay. Liska is going to take her shields and slam it down on the bridge.
What are you trying to do here?
To see if it can withstand her weight.
All right then.
Because it says move loose earth across the ground and deposit it 5 feet away, so it was lifted
Or
over
stone.
a gap.
It didn't say- no.
You can cause the ground to become normal terrain. No, that's different. I know for a fact I've seen this used before, but it can create solid matter, provided it's actually the kind of earth and stone that the spell can affect. But it's rule 0 at that point, I think.
Choose a portion of dirt, manipulated in fully. You can target an area of loose earth. You can instantaneously. You can
Yeah, I think you're thinking about. Is it Shape Earth?
It might be shape earth.
I might be.
Yeah.
I,
Because Shape Earth is like it takes like 10 minutes to cast and lasts a few hours.
right. Yeah. I think I might be thinking of that. Mold. I imagine. Yeah. Mold earth is more like excavating things instead.
For digging holes and the like.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Very similar spells.
It's it's fair actually. As you kind of lift your heavy ass shield over your head and then clang, bring it down on the earth. You watch seems to give way a little bit. There's a few cracks that appear in it, and it gradually over as the cracks kind of spiral across its form. You watch as it kind of falls down into the massive crag below.
I can
Alright,
possibly
then.
throw some of you across.
I was
It's only
gonna say,
10 feet.
or if we want to take some time, we could I could excavate some stairs down and up on the other side.
That would take too long.
I feel like
Yeah.
we might as well just walk around if that is the case.
Okay. But then how are you gonna get across if you throw everyone else?
I can probably jump.
Well, it's 10 feet.
Yeah.
Not that far.
How did jumping work with that? Wasn't it like your strength
It's based on-
modifier times? Like if you have a 10 feet run up?
Long
Yeah, if you
jump.
have
You cover a number of feet up to your strength score if you move at least 10 foot on foot immediately before the jump.
So
Right, so I could
But
jump
most
60
people
feet.
could make it. Yeah.
Okay then.
The
So
movement cost is 5 foot per 5 foot jumped. So you could only go up to 30 at most if you had like the strength for it, like a large strength.
also remember that this is affected by difficult terrain.
Yes.
So your speed's effectively halved.
Yeah. May involve a DC
with it.
10 Dex check to land on your feet in difficult.
I think it won't bother me or Leska anyway.
Either way, it's doable if you have a decent strength score.
okay, so
It just
And we
means
can
you
throw
spend
the people
20
who
feet to
don't.
get there.
Yeah, you need
Yeah.
a running jump and enough movement to get the distance.
I'm not that strong. I'm not good at jumping.
I'm gonna look a little unsteady. How do you feel that?
Wait a second.
No,
what?
did any of you feel that?
Feel what?
What are you talking about?
There's something shaking. The ground's shaking, and it's not just a one-off. It keeps happening. It's
It's not just your knees.
no, it's
I tell him.
Balth, not now. Yes, I feel
Alright.
something. It's in the ground and it's moving rhythmic-like.
Oh,
Okay.
is it the ice things that we
don't
met
know.
before?
I don't
They
know, it's-
made
I don't know.
those.
It's something. It's so small and slight. I can barely feel it, but it's there. It's not to bother me.
So
I see,
vibrations is what you're talking about.
I see a few other crags on the other side. Some seem to be more shallow than the others.
Let's just get across. You said you could throw us, right?
If you're particularly worried, we can do it with Magna and I.
Yeah, all right. Toss me.
You got
Alright.
toss
Tell
me.
the elf.
I was trying not to make it dwarven for that particular reason.
Great minds think alike. Yeah. All right.
Who's
So,
tossing Vellum is the question.
Magnus
He
can
is
toss
consented
them.
to be tossed.
God damn it.
So
Magnus
I
is-
guess
is good.
Magna and Liska are going to like double team this.
Yes.
All right.
Even the hole.
You're double teaming, tossing off Vellum.
Oh, God.
Oh no, I couldn't resist.
I feel like I need a sign. It's like 0 days since innuendo.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's just a permanent 0. You can't change it.
Yeah,
It's
it
0.
just keeps happening.
All right.
That'd be really-
Okay. This is bound to be funny. Let's give this a go.
I swear to God, if you both roll 1s, I'm gonna fucking.
All right, so-
Dude, I should probably make sure you don't throw me one.
Stop.
Stop. Grunk is gonna take out his climber's kit, and he's gonna give the harness to Vellum, and then he's gonna secure the spike in the ground.
Thanks.
Hey.
So
Ah,
How far can that thing go? Wasn't it
30
like-
feet, I think. The rope
Okay,
is.
so you can't fall more than 25 feet from the point where you anchored yourself, and you can't
Yes.
climb more than 25 feet away without
Yeah,
undoing
so
Good
it'll
to
be
it.
have,
10
just
feet.
on the off chance.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Then,
hey.
so now that
Right, back
he's
to double teaming Vellum. I mean, shit.
yeah,
So, just don't throw him in one of the crags on the other side.
Lucky son of a bitch.
Okay, so let's go make an athletics check. Yep, do it. I'll say do it with advantage because Magnus helping you.
okay.
Even a ho and a yeet.
Yeet.
18. You very easily kind of you just lob Vellum straight across the crag, and you watch as Vellum go kind of tumbles across the ground, and you
Mud snow is soft.
you kind of skid to a halt just on the border of another crag.
Oh,
Hey.
fucking hell.
Okay,
Yeah,
now
he's gonna take a moment to sort of steady himself, get up from the snow, and then move back over and take the harness off and throw it back over to them.
who
That's
next?
how I manhandled in my life.
Who next?
You're doing great.
Why am I aroused?
It's a normal reaction, I'll have you know. Anyway, next person.
To being tossed by a giant woman. I guess you're right.
Just toss me through a window already.
All right. So who's next?
Maybe Valve?
I can handle myself
He is a strong
because I have a strength score that is big enough to just
Jump.
run the distance.
I volunteered to go last.
God, I was
because
thinking the same
I've-
thing.
Yeah, I volunteered to go last, seeing as I require a lot less energy to throw than other people.
Whoever does go next, Melon's going to be on the other side ready to either catch them so they don't go into the next crevice, or catch them if they go short and fall into the first crevice.
I mean, that's what the harness is.
Yeah,
for.
but it's good to have extra buffers.
Yeah,
All right.
redundancy is
So
okay.
whoever's next.
Me.
Now, come on, no. Who's the other one like two lovely ladies?
Double 17s.
17. Just the same as Vellum. You both heave ho and then chuck Saoyun across the first crevice. You stop a little bit before Vellum, kind of skid to a halt on your ass. It hurts a bit. It's going to bruise a bit, but as long as you're not
Doesn't
falling
like to
down a
try and
crevice.
Prevent that, just catch. Whoa, easy there. Easy.
Thank you.
All right, and Balth. I'm guessing Balth and Gronk are just gonna
Yeah.
jump.
The strong boys are just.
Yeah, I'm gonna be about 20 feet back, and I'm gonna start dashing and just leap through. Since I have a score above 10, I
Are
can
you putting the
put
harness
some
on, for
extra.
the love of God?
All right.
I don't think you need to do a check.
Oh, you
I
don't
don't
need to do a
need
check,
to
right?
do
Because
it.
it's just pure strength.
No.
Don't need to do a
You
check.
just-
Just
Yep.
Balthazar
Yeah.
runs up, and just long jumps across the 10-foot gap.
In full plate, no less.
Yeah.
He's rolled in.
Which is impressive.
All
It's a
right.
land. It's a land.
Broncos.
Twist his hoof.
Gronk
Like
is
me down
jumping
the
2,
open. Come on.
and then Liska's
who?
just gonna like pick Neural up and then take out the Pitten and just jump across with Neural in her arms.
Ah!
I thought you were just
Alright.
going to shot put Nero for a second
I mean, I could.
with
But-
one arm. All right.
And she's just gonna like set her down.
So go on.
These other crevasses going to be a problem.
you do see, as Nero kind of points it out, you can see two more crevices, which kind of hidden by snow. One of them on the far end looks like some of the snow has frosted over, and it looks like there is a small dimple in the snow where the crag looks to be.
So again, same thing.
We're gonna be
How?
at this all
What's
day.
the distance? Another 10 feet.
You look on the next crag. The next crag looks to have a distance of about 15 feet.
Oh,
It seems as though with each successive crag, these get wider.
hmm.
Might have to start
Scaling
thinking about
challenge
going
rating.
around them.
Or they could be random. Yeah, who knows?
I said, no. We might have to start thinking about just going around them.
Yeah, this is gonna take all day.
Jana, how many crags did I see?
You saw 3, including the one you've just passed. So you've got 2 more ahead of you.
Oh,
That's
okay.
good.
I mean, even dashing, going around would take a while because they're like 100 feet long.
They're about 100 feet long end to end. It's difficult to see exactly where they stop, but that's the best guess you can gather.
Don't want to be out in the open too long. We need to get over these fast.
Well, time to eat.
Velen once again consents to being. I'm gonna say yeeted because if we keep saying tossed, it's gonna just create all sorts of chips.
It's gonna get jolted.
Magnus gonna just fucking eat this boy across the crest.
With help, I hope.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Balthazar is so jealous of Velen right now.
I'm gonna do.
I think Balthazar's got his eyes on the prize too much to really think about that. I think.
Yander, I do this with advantage, right?
If Liska's helping you, yes.
Yep.
All right. So,
Second
21.
verse, same as the first.
So, are you yeeting Vellum?
Yep.
All right. So, yeet. You kind of, but you sort of do that thing where you kind of hold Vellum either side by one arm, one leg. You sort of heave ho, heat. And Vellum, being the Dexy boy he is, he kind of tumbles. Actually make an acrobatics check, just for the sake of comedy.
Sure. Oh, well, I hope it's not comedy. See how it goes. I'm not trained in acrobatics. No.
Oh,
Just
21.
gonna roll a bit and then stop with my feet
Yeah.
and slide along the remainder.
Swan dive.
Next. Right, who's next? He's gonna ready himself to catch whomever. It's probably gonna be Sal again, but I imagine it's previous verse, same as the first. The second verse, same as the first one.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright.
Just as a note, the difficulty increases for each crag.
Yeah, I get it.
We kind of figured.
Yeah.
21 athletics.
21's all the way through. Let's keep
Yeah.
let's keep it going.
So next one across is Sao Yun, and make an acrobatics check.
Can I help since I'm trying to catch him?
You can potentially soften the blows, but I mean, there is no damage to be had. As
Okay.
as you watch Sao Yun see, Sao Yun seems to copy you, and as she kind of falls into a roll and then comes to a stop, having learned from the last crag not to fall in her ass.
Oh yeah.
Let's see if Balth can Balth do this. I'm not sure what his strength.
How far is it?
15.
15 feet.
Feet.
15 feet.
Oh. How far to? So it's 15 feet across,
Mhm.
and there's another crag there, right?
Yeah,
This,
there's one more after this.
Yeah.
Also, we think.
there appears to be
Hmm.
one more crag, kind of across from where you are.
Can't clear that one.
Oh.
So you have to get thrown.
Well, what if you do both? You do a running start, and they're at the edge, and they add some extra oomph as you jump.
Hey, kick you.
I don't know if that's how that works.
Roundhouse kick you as you run.
No, not with a kick. I mean, just like grabbing you.
Honestly, yeah, I don't think it's gonna work that way. I'd rather not make an acrobatics check.
I think to
Is
see
that
how
fair?
well you land.
Yeah, that was unrelated to the success of it.
Yeah, to see if you land on your face or if you are able to do some fancy roll into.
That
a
was
step.
for flavor more than success. The athletics is what we need to worry about.
Yes.
I mean, unless they can do that thing where they hold their hands out and kind of like let me step on them and then toss me after I run at them. I mean,
Oh, you-
I don't think there's.
Like
That's
you
more
just
for
like
height
a
than
hands
distance,
brace.
anyway.
I mean,
What's that?
to be fair, you can increase height to increase distance.
True.
As long as they launch him at a 45-degree angle, that's the furthest he can
Because
go.
I'm 2 feet shy.
Because I mean, if you have the extra boost of momentum as you're running along, they assist and just with the extra boost that might clear it. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just my thinking.
What
What
you
you
feeling, Janner? You like? Should we give like a athletics check and then like factor in his running start?
I'll give it. I'll
We
say.
can do that thing where like we hold each other's forearms in like a square, and then
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can use this as a
I see what you
springboard.
mean. I'm thinking we'll give it we'll say a plus 1 bonus. Plus 2 maybe.
Still shy.
Plus 2.
He's
I'll
one
say.
shy now as opposed to 2 shy.
Oh, but +2 was given, so he can make it barely.
All right.
So do I just roll or what?
So roll an athletics check with advantage and I'll say a plus 2 bonus. So
22.
22.
22.
So you have some difficulty because Balthazar is in full plates, but not to the point where you're having to strain, as you are both tough mounted folk ladies. You can handle this. And with that, Balthazar does sort of kind of running start in full plate armor, leaps up onto your interlocked hands, and you throw him across the ravine.
Midair, I'm gonna go ahead and
Good
use
thing
the
he
cloak of
succeeded because he
billowing.
forgot to put the harness on.
Cloak of billowing. The wind catches you, and you fly off course.
This graceful image of Balthazar as he make an acrobatics check.
Fucking Ave Maria.
I know I'm gonna fail it, so I'm just gonna go for the solid 3-point landing.
Not
The
terrible.
third point.
Well, you
the
didn't. You did
The
good.
third point being your face.
You kind of with your cloak of billowing, kind of waving in the blizzard wind. You kind of do a spin that you think looks cool. However, you end up kind of you do end up with a 3-point landing, but you sort of bruise your knee, and you watch as you kind of scuff the back of you've scuffed your pauldrons and the back of your plate armor.
Which knee did he bruise?
His left knee.
So the
so-
bad hoof.
He's gonna have a
Well,
lip
It
forever.
makes sense because I have to either land on a hoof or I land on the knee of the bad hoof. So
Grunka now. Can Grunka clear it with his barb anchor?
Yeah, I have 16
would
strength, so I can jam.
Nice.
Alrighty, nice.
I can jam.
You watch as Grunka, his small, squat, kind of chimp-like strength. He kind of leaps up and then kind of grasps on the edge and kind of hefts himself up.
Okay.
Strong boy.
And the ladies come along now.
Yep. They just jump.
Yep. Because they can do that because they big.
Also, they probably have a lot of strength.
Oh yeah, that's
I'm certain they have a lot of strength, and I mean, the gap's about as big as a little bit bigger than their stride. So
Okay, so who's next?
last one now. How wide is it, Jenner?
The last one. This
Oh
one.
well,
appears-
I thought we were gonna be going. I thought we were last. Is Vellum last? Well, who's last? Or never mind.
You guys
No,
didn't
it
say
was Nerul,
that.
but Nerul's getting carried usually.
Okay.
Like last time.
So
Yeah.
I just realized you meant the last crevice.
Nerul is on the back of Saoyun. Magna and Niska, how are you getting across, or have you already gotten across?
No. Sao is already across. It's Nerul that usually gets carried by Magna like last time, and then
Right.
they jump.
It's just,
Yeah.
I'm kind of funny that they didn't say they picked Nero up, so they just left without her.
All right.
No.
Okay. Fair enough.
No.
So-
But yeah, how wide is the gap, Jenner?
All right. So I'll say go ahead and make a perception check.
Oh god, is it that wide? I can't
Because
see it.
from what you can see, the small kind of dimple that is this kind of long extended crag. It appears as though you kind of you dust off a little bit of snow, and there appears to be a very thin sheet of ice kind of separating the two sides of this 20-foot crag.
Oh, so there's like a thin layer of ice bridging the gap?
Which and that's what the snow is resting on, and that's what you can see the dimple.
Right. This is thin. I don't like the idea of going over it. But how wide, out of character, Jenna, how wide is it given... If, say this ice sheet wasn't here, how wide would it normally be?
You estimate about 20 feet, a 20-foot gap.
Well,
I can probably get across it.
Oh,
Probably
be-
with
becau-
how thin this looks, it's I don't know. I don't
because
like
you rolled a 20, Vellum, you kind of dust off the snow that's kind of sat upon this layer of thin ice across the crag. What you can see through the ice, you peer down, and you can see it drops about 40 to 50 feet.
Yeah, it's not you I'm worried about, Nero. It's yeah. Those of us who are a bit heavier. Right.
Is there like a rock or something on the other end and on this end?
Yeah, thinking the same sort of thing. If somebody gives me a rope, one end of a rope, Grunker, if you got that kit again, that harness.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I can
Let
maybe tie
me
it off at the
go
other side.
across while you guys tie something up down. Because I'm the lightest out of all of us. I have the least chance of breaking the ice.
Sure. Just be careful and wear the damn harness.
Oh, I was going to. I'm not stupid enough to try to walk across this without the harness.
I know, just be careful.
So, are you walking across the surface of the ice? Yeah.
Being as carefully and placing my feet as lightly as possible.
Alrighty, I'm gonna ask you to make a dexterity check.
Please tell me you have the harness on.
Yep,
I do.
he has it on. I've
Good.
confirmed this just to be safe.
Okay, a dexterity check.
Dexterity check.
13?
You start. You begin. You kind of look back to Vellum with a sort of a worried smile. You begin to make your
With
way
the thumbs
across.
up.
Sorry.
With the thumbs up. And
Yep,
the
with the
worried
thumbs up.
Smiles like, I got this.
Thumbs up,
Yeah.
harness around your waist, and you begin to kind of shuffle through the snow. The snow itself comes about mid knee height on you. You begin to make your way across the ice. Kind of start as soon as you put kind of one foot onto it, you start hearing sort of small kind of take your foot off there. Try to find an area that's more stable. And you get about 2/3 of the way across, and you start you kind of turn around, give the thumbs up, and the ice breaks.
Acrobatics roll to jump the rest of the way.
Acrobatics check, go ahead. Or this will be a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Go, Dexy Cobo!
Yay.
Oh,
No. Are you sure I can't roll acrobatics?
No. So, you to the rest of your guys' horror, you watch as the entire 100-foot kind of covering of ice kind of it gives way, and you watch it collapse into the void below. You watch all the snow kind of tumble off it like this miniature avalanche. Watch as Nero kind of plummets for a moment, and the rope kind of catches tight. Let's see. You don't take much damage from this as you kind of swing down and kind of hit the side of the craggy kind of jagged wall. You only take. Let's see. This would be.
Not on that.
No, that'd be. You want to take 8 points of bludgeoning damage. As the rope kind of snaps across your stomach, and you impact against the side of the crag wall.
That's like falling 20 feet. Jesus.
Ugh.
However,
Right.
you did not hit the bottom because you are saved by the rope.
I think I broke my muzzle.
I'm
Wait,
unsure how to
no.
respond to this.
Shame.
Wait, no, crunch. Ah, it's better now.
You hear echoing up from the chasm wall.
Pull
Well,
her up and just.
Gruka helps as well.
As she rubs her snout. Ow, ow.
Right. That could have gone better. Guess we're back to the throwing plan.
How far is it now?
It's
20 foot.
20-foot gap.
Is this the last one?
This
Yes.
appears to be the last one. Yes.
Right.
This is disadvantageous.
Do you think you
I
could
mean,
get me across?
we can still technically do the plan, they just have to throw me across. Seeing as they're both really strong and I'm really light. And I still have the harness on.
I guess.
Are you prepared to potentially repeat what just happened again?
Yeah.
Maybe if you break your muzzle again, it will look better. That is how it works, right?
I
Just
put that
worried
in-
about hurting yourself too much before we even get in a fight.
yeah, you need. How am I gonna do this?
Well, that's the thing. If I hurt myself a lot, I can rest up on Sal's back as she carries me.
Doubt
Well-
in this place we're gonna get much chance, even
Yeah.
when with her carrying it.
Remember,
Well, then I
got
have-
some potions.
We do.
Well, if
So-
you think it's a good idea, I guess try.
I mean, can either of you guys jump it? And she points to the mountain folk.
Leska's gonna shake her head.
Looks over to Magda.
I'm not that crazy.
Alright, and so it's either we throw me or we throw Grunka, and I think I'm the light of the two.
Or we can just go around this one.
True.
I'm not liking how this one's going. Might be faster just to go around instead of trying and failing.
Yeah, so let's just go around.
Before it was doable. Now it's not so much.
Alrighty, so you're going around.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Alrighty. So you will kind of shrug your shoulders. You make your way around the large kind of 20-foot gap crag here. You begin to make your way. It kind of takes you down the face of the cliff, away from many of the sort of how would you explain the sort of overhangs and the sort of cubby holes where you might be able to kind of duck down and potentially hide. However, you do make your way around the crag, and you kind of venture back into the open wastes.
I'm going to go back to keeping an eye out for fucking dragons.
Make a perception check.
Because I do not want to fall asleep on that. Okay. I'm glad I'm good at perception. It's one of my main traits of that I can be proud of.
Perception is a good skill.
It is.
Yes.
Okay, you continue through, and you see here the large flat plains within this valley of snow and ice. Sometimes kind of give way to small kind of mazes of dark rock, frozen, kind of barren of any green. and you occasionally have to kind of shout out to each other as the blizzard, as it through the blizzard as it kind of swells and fades.
Feeling those shakes again. The ground ain't settled. I don't like it.
It is mostly ice and loose rock from what I can tell.
And we're getting close to that.
I think it's
Right.
gone. What else is gonna happen? Does my perception reveal any landmarks that we can make use of?
Landmarks. You do see the small mazes of rock. You also see what looks like again one of these similar, very large ice formations that you've seen before. The large frozen kind of peaks of Dragon's Breath that kind of trail off in a line.
Point these landmarks out to the group, obviously.
After about an hour or so, the terrain kind of gradually merges into more rugged and mountainous terrain. Kind of, not mountainous, rather. Kind of filters into one of the kind of flatter areas. Looks like a kind of flanked on all sides by rocky, kind of ice-blasted hills. It's about kind of 100 feet across. There's a couple of small, kind of white-capped rocky islands in the midst of this flat snow plain, and you head towards this this pass through the area. And here, as the blizzard kind of dies down somewhat, you have a moment to yourselves, kind of trudging through the snow. Is there anything you'd like to do or kind of talk about? You probably won't have to shout over the roar of the frigid winds.
Just makes me want to wish that we had the opportunity to bring a ballista.
Over this terrain, be more worth than it's worth.
Maybe.
But it would be a fucking great asset against the
It
dragon.
would.
Anything in there that could possibly ruin the dragon's eye? Sal? Because if you can't just like get both eyes, I wouldn't mind losing one on the dragon so we can get out alive.
If we can blind it, then we are at an advantage.
That's the idea.
But we should not rely on just these.
True.
Just
We need
another
options.
avenue. Yeah. Another avenue of options to consider.
As long as we can hamper its movement or senses, our chances are greatly better.
I would definitely like to cleave off its wing so it doesn't fucking fly anymore.
Well, Magna's good at kind of imposing physical hampering on individuals, whereas I am good at keeping them, let's say, well grounded, spiritually and physically. So, I don't think we have to worry about that. I think just surviving long enough to make sure it doesn't is the biggest issue that we face. As of right now, we don't even know if we're still on the right course. Vellum was it?
He seems to be staring off at something in the distance, but then snaps when Niska notes him. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is.
Alright,
What do you...
stay with us if you can. Have you been keeping track of where the dragon disappeared?
Yeah, as best I can, but I've noticed there's something I don't like further.
Which is
his attention returns back to that direction. The ice. It's a ways. It's I don't know. It looks like something's bashed it open from the bottom. And
Bashed it open from the bottom.
yeah, like
Like something underneath.
it's like you snapped wood over your knee and it's splintered. Only it's the ice, and the whole place isn't looking too steady.
Are you saying it's unstable?
I'm going to turn you up, Spice.
Sid, are you saying it's unstable?
Yeah, it's not looking at all stable. There's cracks everywhere, and I mean, no offense to you ladies, but with how big you are, your footsteps are kind of seeing changes in the ice every time you step. It's putting me on edge, and I don't like it.
Mm.
I
We
think
do
there's-
run into the issue of treading on, well, breakable ground.
Mm.
Yeah, under the snow, I think there's ice, and that ice probably isn't going to hold up. At least we'd have to be careful about it all.
Could be feet thick, or it could be inches. We don't quite know yet.
Yeah.
Visca, you hear beneath you the deep and you watch beneath your large, very hefty hoof as you notice a large splintering crack beneath the snow.
Is it something she's
Okay.
going to fall into, or is it just noticeable?
It's very noticeable. What does everyone do?
Bella,
I mean, I'll
knowing this
step
sort of
away
thing
from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bella wants to assist with Liska in whatever she's doing to avoid this, because he knows it's happening, and I feel like he'd be more prepared to help yoink her out of the way or something.
I mean, the moment it starts happening, she's gonna be like, "Well, I'm moving."
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, gonna spread out away from that.
Also, does it seem like it's I guess two things. One is like, are we on just a giant sheet of ice? It seems like
You look around
like
you.
over just like an expanse of emptiness beneath us.
You look around you. It's a large flat area, kind of flanked on all sides by these rocky ice blasted hills. It is about 100 feet across.
Yeah, and generate your whisper says hints of ice. Does that mean that like ice is showing in patches, or is that just the ice that's visible?
The ice, from what you can see, as Vellum kind of points this out to you, because of his earlier perception roll. From what you can see, there are patches it's a snow covering ice essentially.
Right.
You
The patches are just where the snow is clear and we can see the ice
yes,
below.
yes.
I think this whole area is just one big sheet, and it clears in spots, but I don't like the risk.
This may sound like a stretch, but the beast could have made this intentionally, like alarm bells of sorts.
What I'm worried about is that splintering massive ice further up. Summit made that, or Summit caused it. Could be a fucking dragon, or I don't know, but I don't like the way that's looking.
We heading towards it, or
From what you can see, this valley kind of filters into this point, and it's you see what looks like a pass to the rest of the valley beyond, before you, about 50 feet away from you.
So what do we do about this?
And there's not much we can do. Like, we have to pass this to get to where the Slayers.
I don't like this idea, but I think we should spread out a bit. We've got too much weight in one place, and it's going to be harder for some of us more nuts.
How thick is the ice?
From
Thicker than you.
as you oof.
Barely.
As you look down to your hooves, you can see about 10 feet away from you a large sheet of ice kind of beginning to kind of break off, revealing what you presume to be ice cold water beneath. And it looks to be about 5 inches thick.
Not very at all, then.
Not very thick.
Where is can we see the edge of the lake? Like where it would start?
So you make a perception check, actually.
Can I help, given that I'm I can get a
Yeah,
point of scope?
you've been pointing this all out with your perception check of 23 earlier. So make it with advantage. 21.
Ding dong.
You can see the edge of the edge of what you now presume to be a kind of miniature frozen lake, about 20 to 30 feet off from you, from your current position. You can see what looks like the edge of these jagged rocky hills. You gather from that perception check, you may be able to kind of sort of how would you say it? Use the outcroppings, the rocky outcroppings here as handholds as you go across the lake. So you kind of skirt the edge, rather.
Skirting the edge, I think, would be best, but we still want to split out at least a little bit to reduce the weight in one place.
Well, I mean, I'd rather us not even skirt the edge of the lake and just walk around the lake on solid ground.
Well, it all funnels into an area
Yeah.
where there's this ice.
Those who would like to do so, make an intelligence check.
I am not the man to do that.
I mean, if you're offering. Didn't
Well, I've got a
specify.
-1. Fuck it. I mean, it can't be any worse than these rolls. Just as I say that, I've jinxed it.
Damn.
God
Jesus
damn.
Christ! Everyone got below a 10.
Hey, Balthazar. Do time to
Somebody,
shine, man.
who else can roll? Just roll for the sake of rolling.
Oh,
Thank you. Bronco with the fucking the degree in ice science.
So Grunker, being the wanderer he is, knowing the various kind of natural formations of lakes, of frozen tundras from your experiences, kind of traveling the world as a wanderer, there is something very off about the location of this lake and the way it funnels, the way the valley itself funnels. As you look over the kind of the surrounding landscape, it appears these are all very familiar kind of jagged icy formations that seem to be blocking any semblance of blocking off any idea of making your way around this lake. You suspect that some potentially powerful ice magic may be involved here as a means of defense.
Now, how does Grunka convey that?
How does he convey that?
Like that.
Word for word.
Almost.
Grunker's nose sort of bleeds a little bit.
It's cold.
So what's the plan?
Hmm.
So, when crossing ice like this, which, again, I don't know if I will even be able to, spreading out your weight as much as possible is the best way to get across. So, if people can lay down and crawl across, that might be best way to do it.
Even
Right.
if it's in the great.
You say so. I trust your experience a lot more than my own.
Do we have anything? Like you said, the lake's like 100 feet across.
100 feet across, and about 100 feet from end to end. You've only noticed that this is in fact a lake as you made your way halfway through. So, from your current position, the pass is 50 feet across from you, towards the north.
All right. Then yeah, just going to lay down, distribute my weight as much as possible instead of just
Alright.
having it on like giant fucking hooves, and then use the very tippy tips of my pointed hooves as little spikes to propel myself forward.
Okay then. What's the rest of you guys doing? The same?
Yep. I'll
I
follow
mean,
it.
I don't have hooves.
Seems that's
Yeah, we'll use our hooves to ice skate across.
Yes. Make good use of our hooves that we naturally have.
Yeah, all fucked.
yeah.
Take out his spare
Balthazar
hooves.
though, he's got it.
Nah, he's gonna
I
fuck-
can only use one hoof though.
Alright, that's fair.
So you just go in circles on the ice.
Alright then. So, I would like everyone to make a dexterity check.
Ah, shit.
Can either me or Sal have advantage, seeing as I'm still on her and would be
Kind of be disadvantaged, honestly. So
Your,
Oh,
yeah, but it's two people and it's more weight in a single spot.
I will
Yeah,
say,
Distributed evenly.
Nero, if you want to piggyback on Xiao Yun, your dexterity check would be dependent on hers.
For being all spread out, can those of us that are get advantage on dex rolls?
I'll say
or what is it? A dex? What is it? Dex?
dexterity
dex roll?
check. It's a check.
Okay.
So
I'll say if you are trying to spread out your weight, I will say I'll give you advantage on it. Sure.
I'll just not risk it and go off on my own and do it.
Okay then.
Yeah.
The cold
So-
blood lizard laying on the ice.
Yeah. Yeah, so
motherfucker.
being light, does that matter anything? That both Krunk and Nerl are like small creatures.
That would have already given you advantage, but you've already got advantage if you are kind of
So
spreading out
double
your weight.
advantage, the best of three.
Oh, okay. So
So,
I
yeah.
get a 22 then. Okay.
Yeah, advantage doesn't stand.
Yeah, yeet.
Alrighty.
Neil
Ah,
just
come on.
on.
It'll help. I'm gonna fall through, I just know it.
Advantage. And
Oh.
it's not Steve, it's a check.
It's a check.
Oh.
I
Okay.
mean, are you unless he's proficient in saves, it's the same.
Yeah, it's the same. So I guess I'll just do another. You said advantage, yeah? So I can just do
Yeah,
another
if you're like lying down and trying to
Yeah.
spread out your
Yeah,
weight.
yeah, definitely.
If you're
Just
falling
following the
prone,
lead.
spreading out your weight, then that would give you advantage.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck yeah.
Okay, that was a close one.
Very.
Alrighty.
Neil just naked along.
So, Magna and Balthazar, you just about make it. So, you all kind of drop down prone. You spend the best part. It's taking a while. You kind of begin to slowly crawl your way across the frigid ice, being careful to avoid the already kind of breaking large cracks. At some points, Magna and Balthazar, you both find yourselves just narrowly escaping as you feel a crack beneath you and a sheet of ice beginning to separate. As, however, you both kind of scurry along the surface of the ice in your heavy armors.
Fuck.
Your hooves kind of dipping into the icy cold water, and it is even with any semblance of cold weather protection and your natural resistances to cold, Magna, you gather this could be a very, very dangerous circumstance for you. And you both
Fucking bloody hell.
and you all eventually begin to, one after the other, kind of make your way to the very edge where the pass meets the ice lake. One after the other, and it gives you a good half hour of this, just being as careful as you possibly can. There is cold sweat dripping from your brows. There is your heart pumping. So you kind of feel your heart's pumping. Balthazar, you notice there is. Actually, you know what?
Motherfucking Nero, why?
I'll drag you if I have to.
Oh no, you all got to the end. That's because of the roll just for
No, that was a general statement.
You all stand up and kind of there's slight wobbly knees from some of you, but you all kind of dust yourselves off from the snow. And
Let's not do that again.
and you gather this is probably why this knowing this from Grunker, this may have been an intentional line of defense from Crothis himself.
Fucking bastard.
And what you're saying was in relation to me, correct?
Yes. That was to you, Balthazar.
Okay.
When I fucking find Clovis, I'm gonna take my fucking pike and shove it through his arse.
Balthasar does a moment. He kind of pats his chest and like holds by his elbows on the insides, and like pats at his shoulders, and then holds his neck with his fingers on each side. Okay.
What?
Oh, eh? What?
What's going on, Val?
Just a bit cold. I'm just cold. It's fine. It's
Oh,
fine.
you're
Insight.
Make an insight check.
Inside it is.
Balthazar, make a deception.
Well,
Fuck.
he's a born liar, so it's bound to happen. Right. Well, don't get too cold.
He just smiles at you for a moment, and he just slowly takes his hands off of his neck, and as he does, he smiles, but his eyelids just go totally wide and kind of bulge, and you're just like, nope, no, I won't. It's fine.
You're giving some very obvious tells for a 24. I see the ice madness is taking him. No. Right. Can we keep going now?
yes, please.
Now, that said, we've been doing a lot of activity. Everyone make sure to monitor your heart rate. I don't want anyone overly fatigued. Let us pace ourselves.
Yeah, but we're gonna get screwed if we're out in this snow too.
It could be worse. Either way, let's not exert ourselves and collapse in this. Yes.
Is he always this weird?
Mouse shoulder.
No.
Usually he's more sly about stuff, I guess.
Well, we shouldn't stop either way. Even if we're not pushing ourselves, we shouldn't stop.
Yes, let's go. It is time to move.
Okay. You all make your way through the pass and into the second half of the ravine. The valley.
Fucking put me on edge, Atlas. Fucking put me on edge.
You all begin to see very often. You can begin to see these large, these icy kind of spikes jutting out of the ground begin to grow larger. About
Grow as in they're raising off the ground, or grow as in they're just
across time through the next hour or so. Yeah, as
You mean
see,
like in terms of distance, where we're getting closer to something and it's getting larger?
yes, you can
Alright.
see the looming spire on the horizon, very close now. You can, as you get closer to the spire, you can see these spikes, ice formations. They jut out of the ground at heights of around 10 feet, 20 feet, massive. And you can also see kind of hints of luminescent ice beneath the snow.
Keeping an eye out for a dragon.
Make a perception check.
What a lovely landscape, no?
Are we out of? So we're no longer on like ice. Like everything underneath the snow right now was solid ground, right?
Everything underneath the snow right now, from what you can see, appears to be either rock or ice.
Okay, but like solid, no gaps underneath.
No gaps from what you can see. There are
Okay.
no massive crags.
Then Liska is going to kind of like brush some snow out of the way with her foot. Yeah, hoof. And then just kind of like kick into the ground, like bury it in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it's ice, then she's from the fucking mountains. And just kind of sit there and see if she can feel any of the vibrations that Vellum was mentioning earlier.
Make a perception check.
I'm picking up bad vibrations.
Magna's gonna be looking at one of the ice spikes.
Nope.
See if there's anything in it. Or odd about it. They come across quite well.
You do not feel any vibrations in the earth. Not from what you can feel.
Okay. Alright. Then I guess we're moving on.
Alrighty.
Can Magna inspect those ice spikes?
Sure. Make a. Are you going up close to them, kind of feeling around what you can, or are you just looking at them?
Just looking at them.
All right, make a perception check.
Shit.
You go up close to them. You can see some sort of luminescent glow to them, some sort of cold icy blue glow. But from that, you can't see much else. It's translucent in nature, not completely opaque. You can see the sort of ice crystals forming, sort of a smaller ice crystals kind of fractalizing almost.
fucking mathematical.
Interesting. Kind of unusual. Still interesting. Well,
Feeling them shakes again. Where the fuck is it coming from? Sort of looking around a bit more now, as if he's trying to pinpoint something, but struggling. Can't be the only one fucking feeling that.
I don't feel anything.
I feel nothing.
physically,
Liska's gonna look at like the existential crisis that Balthazar is going through right now. It's kind of like give him like a raised eyebrow, like, okay, man. Like,
I just had to ask, physically or mentally at this point? Because,
Yes.
Uh-huh. Takes deep breaths.
There's something under us. I can feel it.
Just gonna pop to the loo real quick.
Well, all right then.
This is getting mildly interesting, isn't it?
Indeed.
Yeah. Got one person going crazy. Got one person. Okay.
Having a midlife crisis.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not a crazy one. You're crazy. You're all crazy.
I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Haha.
The curse of having a high passive perception. Everyone thinks you're fucking crazy.
What is your passive perception anyway?
It is 15, which is sadly the highest in the group.
Huh. Yeah, you're just like 2 notches of me.
Yeah, mine's a 14.
The fighter has one of the highest wisdoms. That's kind of sad.
To be fair, I didn't actually work towards,
Alrighty.
having my stats be exceptionally good at one
Neither
thing.
did I, if you hadn't noticed.
Right, okay. So, you spend the next, I'll say, couple of hours. It's you can gradually see the sun beginning to set, though it is quite difficult to see. You just see you just begin to see darkness take hold. It's not completely dark yet, but you are getting that way. There is you can see just over what looks like the ridge of a small mountain here. You can see the looming spire of ice 500 foot tall, and you gather there is a chance if you travel a few more hours you can probably set up camp.
Fuck is this dragon's lair?
Well hidden. That's for damn sure.
The longer we're out here, the less I like it. So I guess we go.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Keep an eye out for shit.
There's nothing to do but push forward at this point.
Yeah.
Just keep your eyes out and your ears open.
Yes, if you think
Okay.
a dragon attack is bad, well, you can see it coming. Imagine waking up to it.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
You
I
eventually.
do not imagine you would wake up to a dragon. You would just die in your sleep, and somehow it would still be painful.
So pushing forward.
Okay. Eventually, you do find yourselves near the shore of what looks to be like a smaller frozen over lake from what you've experienced before. You are able to kind of make your way around it. Vellum, you taking notice of this, you do see what appear to be shapes beneath the ice.
What kind of shapes, Janner?
With the 17, you're not able to tell from this distance. No, Grunk.
A
Bad
baboon's
drunk.
face? I don't understand.
Ice monkey.
But yes, what
Nice.
do I see?
Oh god, ice monkeys.
Make another perception check.
I'll join.
It's those figures that have been stealing.
We
from
could
me.
work together if you want.
Sure.
Alright, so one of you make it with advantage.
I will do so. That's I forgot to toggle advantage because I'm still getting used to doing a single roll.
Just
20.
have the prompt.
Alright. Kind of crunching across the snow to the very shore of this the ice here. It does look thicker than before. It looks like you could probably walk on it without much issue. You see what appear to be shapes of polar bears trapped underneath the ice. It looks like small kind of white small kind of white-furred bobcats, wild bobcats. You see kind of a snow leopard. It looks kind of upturned. Looks like it was attempting to kind of claw its way out of the water before it apparently suddenly froze over. See a number of different animals, and you also see kind of off in the brief distance there, these large kind of jagged icy holes kind of broken into the surface around about 10 to 12 feet in diameter.
Venom, this is very concerning.
Yeah, seeing more and more of these things trapped in ice.
So the thing that we just shimmied over a while back, that was a fucking trap.
Yeah, probably. And it can make traps, which is just
This is
here
frustrating.
it is again. Okay, we need to move. I don't like being here. I'm feeling the fucking feelings again.
You need to calm the fuck down.
I am calm. I'm here. I'm feeling vibrations in the ground, and every time we stop,
I'm
and then
very
get
much
it
panicking.
calm.
You can worry about it, but just don't.
I'm
Very
just annoyed. I
calm.
can't figure out where it's coming from. All I know is it's under us.
Right. Well, again, let's go.
Under.
Let's continue.
Yeah.
Sorry, give me a sec. I'm having a bit of trouble with lagging.
I'm having a bit of trouble with increasingly intensifying rumblings underneath that only Vellum is perceptive enough to gauge, apparently.
The paranoia has been fed.
You all begin to kind of turn around, make your way away from this small kind of frozen over lake for a moment, and then you all begin to feel it. Small,
Shit.
faint
See?
vibrations in the earth.
Is there anything that could resemble something steady to either hold on to or get to for sake of whatever
Make a
the fuck
perception
is
check.
the lowest, not pins?
Second check.
Sorry, did you say perception check? Dude?
Actually, I'll say with your 20, you do see a few kind of jagged ice crystals, which looks like you could probably hold on to them.
I'm like this. Let's get somewhere solid. How far away?
They're about. Let's see. They would be. How far would they be? They would be about 30 feet from your current position, I'd say.
He's gonna wait to see if anyone else is willing to go along with the notion of getting to these things, and not being so out in the open. But if nobody else is gonna go, he's gonna stick with the group because going out alone is stupid.
Dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Yes, it is.
Um,
So,
Pocket narrowed.
So Liska's gonna try to figure out where the vibrations are coming from. Like,
All
there's
right.
a specific direction.
I would like to help because I have been experiencing them for the entire trip.
So make it with advantage, Liska.
What
I'm gonna
am I making?
figure that-
Perception check. We're trying to figure out the direction where this vibration is coming from. Alrighty. Well, the rumbling kind of begins to fade beneath you, and kind of breathe a sigh of relief. And then it begins to intensify much stronger this time.
Mm,
I swear, if the fucking dragon shows up from the ground,
You see
fucking
Liska off in the distance, a crack in the snow-covered ice beginning to form. And the crack rapidly begins to snake in your direction.
oh shit. Okay.
move.
On the ground.
We need to get it high ground.
Yeah,
There is no high ground.
There's
there's only
like
spikes.
sturdy things we can hold on to or use to buffer the fucking underground.
oh boy.
So
You see sheets of
This is
ice beginning to bow upwards with the crack as it moves in a trail, making a beeline straight for all of you. What are you doing?
Evasive maneuvers.
so
Evasive
Liska's
maneuvers.
going to pull out her
Side dive.
gear and say, like it looks like it found us, and everybody. The plan. And
I
then
guess
she,
try and get it into position by the time it gets to the weapon out.
yeah, spurt out and then collapse back in when it gets out.
Roger.
Okay.
Hell,
Alright then, so the crack begins to kind of, it snakes up to about 30 feet from your current position, and you all suddenly see, bursting from the ground, a gargantuan creature.
Purple worm.
Long, bulbous, leathery, white body.
Oh no, it's the white one.
10, 20, 30, 40 feet long. A single pronounced blue eye at the top of its head. 2 enormous clacking mandibles and a gaping hole of a mouth. And it looks down upon this fresh group of scrumptious morsels rather.
No, you're right first time.
I would like everyone to roll initiative.
Let's get our pogs in place. Pogs looks like a pog.
Oh,
It
it's
is
a
a
worm.
I
dragon.
thought it was the dragon, but it's just a worm.
I called it.
It's a worm.
I was hoping it was the dragon. Because,
Wait for the tracker.
yeah.
Wait for the track, please.
Tracker Janner. We know you're happy making roaring sounds to scare the shit out of us, but we need a tracker.
Right.
The roar was so powerful that it crashed my Sirenscape.
Oh. Well, yeah.
You started.
So we gotta fight this, and I feel like we're probably not gonna get to the dragon till next session.
Probably.
Yeah, probably not.
Likely. It also sucks because our resources are gonna be.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
I mean,
We'll deal with it after the fact, guys.
Yep.
That's coming.
Time's ticking.
Well,
Hi.
other people need to roll their initiative. So.
my Sirenscape crashed as well.
oh no.
Alright, let me restart.
Oh, hey, I didn't even realize mine.
Mine's still
Yeah.
going.
You might want to listen carefully because if it's repeating a certain set of notes, then it's
No, I
just...
checked. It's gone quiet.
Yeah, because you rolled 2 early.
Oh, my science.
And make sure you
died
select
as
your
well.
token before you roll it.
Okay.
Everyone just reopen Sirenscape if you can.
Mine's fine.
Already here.
I just opened mine.
And I'm fucking last. Hey.
Crit range, don't fail me now. I want to roll nothing but 19s. Let's make it happen.
I've had that happen last session I had.
Ooh, natural
Oh,
20 on the
go
creature's turn.
first.
Do I have
Mother.
to reroll my initiative or
What
so
did
what-
did you roll for your initiative?
Magna
17?
didn't roll. Oh, wait, no. Did.
So you can select your token, roll it again, and then on the turn order, you can edit your initiative.
Okay.
And you just click the number and change it.
Oh, great.
It's first.
It's the Schworm.
So, am I missing anyone?
I think you have everybody, but
Right, let me get myself organised here.
While you're doing that, I have a question, Jander.
Yes.
Is any of this area difficult terrain?
From what you can tell, it's mostly covered in snow. Doesn't make it difficult terrain, no.
Okay, good.
you actually have fucking creatures below the ice frozen in.
Yep.
Yeah, like I.
There's polar bears down there. If we frozen fucking polar bears, we're fucked. So powerful, they chill.
Alrighty.
Okay, stop roaring, guy.
What's that?
Please, no. Stop roaring.
What's that?
So, This creature hauls its kind of large blubbery body out of the ice. Let's see. It's going to kind of haul itself over towards all of
don't do
you.
it. Okay, good. Go for the bigger, tastier thing instead of the thing that's off by
It's going to
itself
make
onto the
a
side.
bite attack on you, Balthazar. For 23.
Jesus.
Quick question.
Yes.
Am I within 5 feet of it? Is the green circle its
The green,
space?
yes, the green circle is its space. You would need to move 5 feet closer.
Okay.
That's 23 to hit for 24 piercing damage and 7 cold damage.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to get a long rest after this because that's a lot of heaping damage to fucking heal off. For sure.
Is the combat tracker?
Oh.
Yeah, it's saying time remaining a lot.
Okay, that's weird. Okay,
Counting down.
there we go. I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw, Balthazar.
Oh no, is it gonna dominate? Atlas? There we go.
Just about make it.
You muted, by the way. Atlas.
You take you take
Oh, yeah, I
the
was muted.
you take the brunt of the damage. However, you manage to roll away just as it's attempting to kind of swallow you.
Take this, fucker.
That was a really bad bite. I am covered in blood.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna hit it with my pike and englaive.
Alrighty. Roll attack.
Ooh, hit.
Nice. Let's see. That's yep, that hits. However, as you kind of jab your pike into its kind of blubbery body, you watch as a cold gout of mist kind of sprays out towards you,
Ah, shit.
and you take 10 cold damage.
Okay.
That's halved because you are a mountain folk.
Half to 5.
Yes, half to 5.
Okay.
I never halve them out the bat. I leave that up to the players.
Okay.
It takes half the damage. It's resistance equal against it.
Magma
no.
takes it.
Magma take half the cold damage.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah. Upon hitting it, it inflicts cold damage to people within melee range. So for our really intense melee group.
Okay, so let's see. That's 8 piercing, 4 acid. Alrighty. Next
And
up.
with I'm gonna add to what is it? A maneuver for precision attack with it.
Okay.
Hold up. Can we get out of this damn thing?
You got 30 seconds. 7
I guess
damage.
this.
That's basically what I'm doing right there.
Make an attack you can also spend. Alrighty.
And here it is for the blade.
21 hits.
And I am my turn. How do you end?
Take 12 points of cold damage.
Okay. Shit.
Half to 6.
Alright. Balthazar is not liking the state of being covered in his own blood so much, so I'm gonna dump all 20 points of my lay on hands into me. Because... that didn't actually do that because it's stupid. And I don't think there's anything I can do as a bonus action, and I don't want to move and eat ass. So, I'm just gonna hunker down.
Okay.
You get ass eaten.
So, yeah. There's no button to end turn, by the way, General, so.
Oh, isn't up.
It counts down.
Right, Gronka. What you doing?
I guess I'm just gonna have rage and smash it.
I guess I'll
Alrighty.
just rage.
Yeah.
Your head whack.
Yeah, it's in my range, right?
Yes.
I'm actually gonna let's see.
I would like someone to roll for Bastion as well.
I'll roll for that.
Yeah.
Oh, is Bastion in our combat too?
Yeah, he's a good
Yeah.
boy. He's been with us.
Get him, Bastion.
Kick his ass. Don't die.
Gonna move over here,
Okay.
and I'm gonna smash. It's flanked now, right?
Would be considered flanked.
Actually, nope, not gonna say anything.
Ooh,
We are flanking.
Oh, nice.
chunky.
Right. Shit, I forgot to click my thing. So that's 2 damage on each.
So just give me the lump sum of the damage.
But let's see. So it's
Is the 16 hit?
Yeah.
16, let's see here. 16 does not hit.
okay. So it's
Should we
yeah.
23?
yeah, 23.
23, that hits.
No damage.
Oh, 23 damage. Okay, good to know. Begin to
23.
crack with your hammer. You kind of it's like hitting the side of a whale. It's like hitting the blubbery tissue beneath. You're dealing some damage. You're severely bruising it,
Alright.
and it reels in pain.
Right.
All right,
So it's
minus 2
towards
from
my-
damage.
I can't. I don't see the thing that lets me continue
Yep.
the thing.
There you go. Bastion's turn.
Magnum will point to the ram. The near, and make your
My initiative was not added for some reason.
Oh.
I had an 18.
18. Okay then.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm gonna select myself and reroll it to add it because I don't know what happened. I
Sorry,
was,
I got
was
it.
selected.
There you go.
Can I take my turn since technically I was before Magna?
You may.
Might want to pause the.
Yep. Pause it. What's your
Okay,
turn?
so it's Skedaddle Skadoodle, flanking with Grunkin. And try this bad boy out. Oh, nope, fuck it. I keep forgetting the fucking
12 does not hit.
advantage. No, that's a without advantage. Oh!
Oh.
That
Okay,
19 coming into play!
then. Nice.
I can re-roll that one, however. I will give you the total in a moment once I get
Alright.
it all sorted. Okay, so it's okay, so that's my first attack. I'm going to actually do the prompt for advantage this time, like a smart person. There, 17, does that hit?
17 just hits.
Okay, we know it's
Great.
AC.
We
We will,
roll a 1.
I'm going to re-roll that one, yeah. Oh, nice. Okay, so let me just do some math here.
13.
No, I mean total, including the first attack. Seven. Sorry, just making sure I got it right before I do something stupid. It's 36.
Fighters and rerolls.
Nice.
Nice.
Great weapon master. What do you want?
Good.
36 damage.
Nice. Good. You deal a good chunk of damage to its massive blubbery form. And while you are pretty much cutting through blubber at this point, you do see gouts of icy cold blood. However, how many attacks was that?
2.
2.
I only have
yes.
extra attack once at this level.
Let me. I missed Grunker's series of attacks, didn't I? Grunker.
I did 23 damage.
23 damage from one hit.
Yeah, the other one missed.
All right. So you take 9 points of cold damage, and Velum, you take.
98.
Oh,
Don't say that. Oh,
you from your two attacks there, first attack deals 18 cold damage to you, and the second attack
Jesus.
deals 13 cold.
3d6.
So 18 for the first one. What for the second one? Sorry.
18 cold damage for the first attack, 13 cold damage for the second.
Oh my fucking god! That halved me.
Oh,
Ugh, fucking
This is a good thing why you have some potions.
yeah.
All right,
what
so
the-
it's
what
Bastion's
no,
turn.
Miss Afton.
But yeah, I'm gonna fucking second wind with a bonus action because goddamn, good thing I get that back on short rests. So I get 15 back,
Okay.
and that should be me done.
Right. Okay. Bastion's turn. What's Bastion doing?
Bastion is going to ram charge into the thing. That's what I did said before about Demeter.
Okay. Go ahead and
From
roll
what
for
I
that.
recall, he has to be a lot further away for that to affect.
Really?
Right?
You've all got
Yeah,
access to
I don't
Bastion's
think you can charge.
monster sheet there.
Yeah. This ram is at least 20 feet, and the other one is plow, which is 30 feet. So he has to be a good distance away.
Okay, then so he'll just ram it.
Okay. Oh, lots of natural 20s on this fight. So Bastion takes 6 cold damage,
Okay.
and that's 13. 52.
And if he crit, 3d4 plus maxed out, so that second plus 6 should be a plus 12 instead.
It's
So that should
flat
be
12.
25 total.
All right.
How many cold damage did he take?
6.
So
Okay.
it's
I think
half
he has
Six
cold
cold.
resistance.
Yeah.
The 3.
Okay.
Rolled really poorly on that cold damage. All right. Let's see here.
I'm trying to think of this thing.
There.
Suddenly, you all see two bolts thunk into the side of this enormous worm's blubbery hide.
Wait, what?
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 Who?
The fuck
At
did
the
that?
It's Sean.
God.
Oh, time is going.
Oh my god.
All right, so you see vaulting. You see you look over and you see a figure dressed in light mail and black and blue studded leathers, hood over the head, wearing a white fur cloak, vault over the side of what looks like a large kind of slab-like formation of ice. Liska and Magna, both of you recognize this.
Sean.
This
Where is
appears to be Sahir Vadesh.
Hey, it's here.
Huh.
Wait,
She's
what's
going
she
to
doing?
make her way over here. Stay out of range.
I was not of all people.
Wasn't she here? We told us running the business.
Nero, your turn. What are you doing?
So seeing as I measured it out and this person is taking up 20 feet of space, I am gonna, I'm gonna do that.
Right.
And then
Storm.
planting it right on top of him. Because
So
he
that's
takes
a-
up 20
That's a 20-foot radius, not a 20-foot diameter. So you're gonna hit
You
us.
Oh,
just got the entire party.
Yeah, I
Congratulations.
refrain.
I measured it wrong because I measured it from
It's
here to here.
already done.
Fucking rolled it.
You fucking rolled it. You gotta live with the consequences.
Oh no.
All right, so
Well, get fucked.
I would like Bastion, Magna, Balthazar, Liska,
Everyone.
Vellum,
Oh, no, not me too.
everyone to make a
What save?
dexterity saving throw.
That's a strength.
Strength save. Sorry.
God, I'm proficient in that, which means it's exactly the fucking same. Oh, thank you.
So Balthazar fails.
Did I have advantage?
Yeah, you're
You're
raging.
raging, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Okay.
16.
Is it a
So-
save also?
It's a DC 14 strength save.
I know, but I
Yeah,
mean-
it's save or suck.
Okay, thank God.
Do I need
Okay.
to make the save as well?
No, because it's centered on the creature. Those of us adjacent to it are getting fucked.
Where is Sal? Oh, there she is. Okay.
Yeah, she's at the back.
Okay. Let's see here.
Yeah, she's
I'm just out of range.
lucky.
Well, I mean, if you make the save, then you're
So
fine.
those who fail take 8 bludgeoning damage. As Neril in the sheer panic of seeing this creature, kind of flings out an arm and conjures this whirling blizzard of snow and ice, kind of whipped up by the air around this creature. The creature, let's see, with his strength save.
So it's 8 damage, bludgeoning.
He fails his saving throw.
You passed. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, do I not take any damage?
Yeah.
Yep, it's the same also.
Oh, okay.
I think everyone in the party except Balthazar.
God dang it.
Rip.
Nice, gonna really be happy with that.
This is why you should read over your spells and check if it says
Mhm.
radius or diameter.
Yeah, it is a fiddly mistake to make, so it's fine.
I mean, I've done the same with
No, this has happened before.
Wall of Fire.
Visca, what you doing?
I mean, with a new spell. Anyway.
Well, I'm going to take a step forward. Boop. And then I'm going to attack a motherfucker. With a big ol' hammer.
Get it nice and close.
Yeah.
The only one that actually manages to secure flanking advantage is Grunka.
And me.
20 hits.
Okay. That's 11 bludgeoning.
Nice.
And it's also marked. A second attack.
26 hits.
Yes, 26 hits. That's 8 bludgeoning. And for the marking, it's basically until the end of my next turn. Whenever it attacks someone that isn't me, it has disadvantage on the attack roll.
Okay.
And if it deals damage to someone, I can do fancy things. So on and
Alrighty.
so forth. Okay, go.
Alright, so Saoyun, what you doing?
What cold damage do I take?
Oh, you take, that's true, you do take, both attacks, you take 10 cold and 7 cold, so 17 damage overall.
Okay, 10 is 5, 7 is 3. Okay, so 8.
You've got to keep reminding me on that. I've got to be better on that.
No,
Right.
you'll get it. Just gotta get into a habit.
Saoyun, what you doing?
I'm debating whether or not I should use spells right now in case the dragon comes swooping down.
Shoot in the face. Just
Use with moderation. If you feel
Yeah,
it's
just-
important, then do it. If not, then
your gun also hurts people.
Yeah, use the gun.
Spells.
guns don't kill people. Sow does.
Sow with guns kill people.
Wait, they can kill people.
I shoot twice.
Alrighty. 16 misses. Just skirts across its blubbery hide. 25 hits though. 13 piercing.
Yeet. Almost maxed out.
Nice.
You hit it square in the center of the eye. However, it kind of reels back in pain. It's bleeding from all these scars and cuts in its hide. It looks very hurt.
Get fucked. Pass the turn.
Alrighty. Next up is the Frostworm's turn. Gonna go for Balthazar again.
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage. For 20.
Okay. And since it hits someone,
This
I'm going to
is-
use my reaction to attack it.
Sorry?
Since it hits someone, I'm going to use my reaction to attack it due to Sentinel.
Alright then. Completely misses it.
Oh, sorry. I
Balthazar
didn't
having
roll
escaped its jaws one time, in the disorientation of its hide being cut to smithereens, it just misses you, Balthazar, and it kind of leaves this massive imprint on the snow. So 13. Those hits or attacks?
Those are attacks, they miss.
Alright,
Roll
both
the
those miss.
6 twice.
That's going to be both those miss. Okay, so you take 11 cold damage,
Who does?
and you do because you attacked it with melee.
I didn't hit it though.
Oh, did wait, hang on.
I imagine 13 doesn't hit, it's 17 AC.
No, that's true. If it hits it with a melee attack, yeah, that's true, and you didn't hit
If
it.
we fucking got blasted on misses, oh boy.
Yeah, that's true. Fair point. All right, so that's its turn.
So it only gets 1 attack per turn?
Apparently so.
Okay.
Oh, me again? Yeah. 'Cause yeah, okay, well. I'm gonna give it the old razzle dazzle,
Give it a razzle dazzle.
Dazzle that razzle.
and I have advantage because what? 18. And
18 hits for 5 slashing.
oh, 19's coming into play.
Nice.
Yo!
Fucking
Reroll
so
that
attachment
16,
is already
16,
pulling it.
17, 19.
Reroll the 1 on that first damage.
Yep, re-rolling that one. It's just the one.
And on the
And
second.
And I can re-roll both of those because it's one.
Every bit of damage counts, so go ahead.
So that is
Nice,
30.
you maxed it out.
So
Destroyed.
what's the damage on that?
Yeah, give me a second.
32.
33.
3, excuse me.
32. Make the killing blow, Vellum.
Sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
Make the killing blow, Vellum.
Oh. Well, essentially,
Oh shit, I also just realized something else.
What?
Hold on, I need to make my strength save at the end of my turn.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If you end your turn there.
yeah. Well, hopefully that'll dissipate in a second. But anyway, so as its face is buried in the snow for trying to bite Balthazar, he's going to basically run along its length, like around it, and do with 2 heaping deep slices, basically gutting the thing with clean open cuts.
I'll
So
right
its
here.
innards are just everywhere, and then he will just jump back and sort of try and recover from like what the fuck just happened, given that it's only been like 30 seconds.
Seemingly overwhelmed with it, with the number of individuals kind of gathering up on it and just slashing it to smithereens. You take the opportunity to take your Sungleam longsword, and you just as it kind of thunk into the side of the snow, you drive it down its throat and then just rake, just spilling ice cold guts and blood just all over the snow, scattering it, and it just slugs down on the ground.
Here, trying to get a quick snack through. Nope.
Nope, I crit it to death. God bless weapon attachments.
God bless fucking fighter.
I mean, I'm not even champion fighter.
Magna is gonna go over to Balthazar. You have that healer's kit I gave you?
Healer's kit? Or you mean potion?
I gave you a healer's kit.
I think you gave me a healer's kit.
They can
Magna
use a
gave one
healer's
to
kit
everybody.
to... Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that. Excuse me.
Yeah. They've got
Also-
the feat that lets
Oh,
them
here.
heal damage.
The thing is still going. So.
Yeah, Nero, you dropping that?
Yeah,
because
please.
Vellum, you
Please
also
drop the
have
spell.
Because Vellum
Nick
also
Mac,
has to
you're-
make that save.
You're muted.
Muted.
Vellum.
Yeah, I'm making a strength save. Hang on.
Well, yeah, strength saves.
Nope, didn't make that one.
Gronky, you don't have to.
2 to 6.
Well, I want to.
Oh, how
Okay.
much damage am I
It's like,
taking?
look how much better I am than you.
I could do twice what you do.
The whirling blizzard is
It's a
still kind of,
one-time thing. You only have to make the save when the spell goes up.
Oh, it's it's an initial save. Okay.
It's
No, it's initial save, but then every turn when you end in the sphere.
It
Which
didn't
he
say
did.
anything about that, but whatever.
Yes, it is.
Either way, yeah, that was a thing.
so you watch as Sahir kind of runs over. Is everyone okay?
Most of us.
For the most part, yes. I do believe Balthazar here almost got eaten.
Twice.
I should be dead right now.
Well,
But
good thing that you're not.
I saved you.
He just
So-
kind of fucking snaps and turns around, his neck making just a cracking as he's straining the joints, and he is staring right at Nero.
Oh no. Before we get into this, a quick
You-
question: have the vibrations stopped?
Vibrations have indeed stopped.
Oh god.
Hey, Janet, can I loot the worm?
You
RP moment, people.
Yep.
If they want to finish their thing.
Nah, you do yours.
Okay. He snaps, just pops his neck just as he looks around at Nero.
You could have killed us all. No. Approach.
And he's going to point at you.
Balth, I know what I did. I fucked up. This is the second time I've used the spell, and I measured wrong. You don't need to berate me. I can do that well enough myself.
He's going to say again, a lot more sternly.
Approach.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That
He's
is-
whipping out the spell slots.
Make a wisdom saving throw, Nero.
What's the
DC
DC?
15.
And
Shit.
my first approaches.
Good. Remember to listen. Because we are not the only one at risk of being a fucking corpse. I brought you back once, but if you continue to be a liability, you have no place here. Do not hurt your family. Consider your actions.
And he just turns around. And then just stares at Magna.
Yes, here is your kit.
Alright, I'm going to heal you.
Watch as Sahir kind of comes up to you, Balthazar, seemingly seemingly concerned about you in particular. She kind of takes off what looks like this moderate kind of healing potion from her belt. You look like you could use this.
Oh. Well,
It
that's
seems
it.
as
A
though
moderate healing potion.
regular healing potion, essentially.
A regular.
It seems as though she came prepared for this as well.
Speaking of,
Well,
Liska's gonna
Oh, really? Take it.
look at Sahir and just like frown. Sahir, why the fuck are you here? This is our hunt.
But oh, hang on, let me grab my notes. Sorry, I've lost them. Where have they gone?
They're somewhere. I mean, I Is there a handout for this person? Because I wanted to refresh myself on who the fuck they are,
Oh,
but I
yes,
don't
yes,
see
there
one.
is.
Is
One-
the
one
current leader of the hunters?
I will
Okay,
show
yeah.
you.
I just wanted those details. Fuck is she doing?
Okay, so here kind of thinks to it. She kind of sighs and thinks to herself for a moment. Well, the reason I am here is due to the change in the test. The involvement of a certain shady masked individual.
What do you mean?
Come again?
You know Matthias.
Yes. What about Matthias? Is he coming here?
No,
I don't want him in
thankfully.
our fucking group.
No, thankfully not. But when I met with the Lord of the Hunt regarding your contract, apparently Mr. Krieg was listening in. I didn't know it at the time, but in retrospect, he shivered down my spine. Meeting with the Lord should have alerted me to his presence. Soon after, Matthias wanted a word with me. Apparently, he has had his sights set on Siren as an ally on his own expedition. Said that she would benefit much more from his contract than she would a dragon. He told me that he wanted to offer her a chance at retribution. What he meant by that, I do not know. But I fear
Balthazar is now staring at her.
I feared to question his determination.
Liska's just gonna kind of look at the group. You said, well, actually, she's gonna look at Balthazar. You said that she just became a licensed necromancer, yes?
Sanctioned.
Sorry, yes, she'd say sanctioned. That's just
Mhm.
my laughs.
Yes, it's fun.
Yes, she is sanctioned, protected by the law. Accepted.
He kind of looks from her to Asahir.
Does the Black Hand have previous experiences with Matthias Krieg?
No.
Not that we're aware of.
Strange, because he certainly speaks as though he's known of your group for months now.
This is very concerning.
Either our fame comes before us, or he has walked behind us.
Maybe he knows Elizabeth.
I do sure hope not.
Who is Elizabeth, if I might ask?
That is a long story.
And it is a bit of a private matter.
Very well, I shall not inquire. Although, one thing that is... well, it seemed as though Matthias Krieg, he did express a great deal of concern regarding the safety of all of you, especially to the Black Hand. That's why he, well, not so much requested, more demanded that I accompany you. It seemed more out of concern for Siren's well-being that all of you stay safe. Very out of character for him, like he was a different person altogether.
I'm just gonna do this. Tense moment, makes sense.
She's very hard to read.
Since I know her, I'm going to do one myself.
Since I don't trust her, I am also going to do one.
Well, shit.
This is
Goddamn.
relatively trusting. She's not.
Melum's preoccupied.
She trusts.
with
She trusts Sahir. She doesn't trust Matthias, so she would believe what Sahir is saying.
He's uncertain of her, but he's got bigger priorities right now.
So Matthias asked you to come and join in on our hunt.
Yes. Well, To be honest, I would be lying if I said I've not fantasized about putting this bastard of a dragon down myself, or at least help someone else do it. So how could I refuse the opportunity now that we know where to find him?
Well,
What did the Lord of the Hunt say about this?
The Lord of the Hunt does not know.
Yet the Lord of the Hunt specifically chose us for this job. And it was a matter of principle, proving ourselves and honor. Would your presence here not undermine that and disrespect us and him in his decisions?
Not if he doesn't know. Not if I give you all full credit for this kill.
so here, this is very out of the ordinary. You know this. Normally,
it
is
is-
not right to have someone come in on a hunt currently.
I admit
In
this
progress.
is a very unprecedented decision. It's a very unprecedented event, and this is a very unprecedented quarry. Perhaps the rules can be bent and broken in the favor of the keep in general.
Are you say you're not taking any of the reward?
I am saying I'm not taking any of the reward, yes, but
Okay.
I am taking some satisfaction in this hunt. You see, I have this, and you watch as she kind of reaches by her thigh where this kind of quiver of bolts kind of is situated, and she takes out a very long, thin, ornately carved rod, and the tip seems to glow this luminescent bright blue. I've been sitting on this for quite some time. It's been a display piece of mine for years. Quite functional, but I've never had the opportunity to use it.
What is it?
Forged by the Grand Runesmith Dengar Runemol himself, from the finest mithril in Dunhollow. Engraved with the tales of Melanis's tyranny, tipped with a whittled down tooth from the Bride of the Frozen Ruin herself, and enchanted by some of the most powerful enchanters in the Sapphire Assembly. The Bolt of the Dragon Slayer. It was one of two gifts given to the Lord of the Hunt after he dealt the killing blow to Melanis. Ever since I've known of Crothis, I've dreamed of using it on him.
Now, I'm gonna ask you a question, and it will probably sound like I am doubting your word, but out of all that has happened so far in what you've said, why did you come here alone?
Because I know my way around such areas. I am a survivalist by nature. I know how to avoid the dangers. It seems you have encountered one of these dangers already, due to your heavy footfalls.
Sao gives a sort of side look towards the mountain folk ladies, and then back, and then just nods. Fair enough.
So, at the words of this masked fuck, you toddle on out here, want to get involved in a hunt that you're not even supposed to be involved in, and you say you can help us navigate the dangers of this place, even though we've already gone through a good chunk of it already. I don't
Not
get the deal.
You see, it has been troubling trying to keep up with you. There are, despite my survivalist, I do know a few. There are a few hazards which I've been trying to navigate my way around myself, attempting to follow all of you. And well, if we are to take this creature down, it would be best to have, well, it would be best to have the numbers in our favor.
It all seems a little too convenient to me that you happen to show up to making this big grand entrance with something that is apparently incredibly powerful or rare or whatever the fuck that is. He gestures to the very noteworthy item in her possession. And after all that, you're just expecting us to take whatever you say on faith, even though none of it makes sense.
Look,
It's all too convenient. Am I the only one seeing this?
I fully
No.
admit I'm doing this on impulse, for selfish reasons. Well, do as I say, not as I do. So he kind of looks to Lisker and Magna. I know the Lord wouldn't approve. He's like a father figure to the keep who prefers a tough love approach. I may be missing out on a 100 gold bet with Mr. Big Guns Avery, whether or not he would return, but in retrospect, I think slaughtering this fucker before he can kill any more of our hunters and potentially an entire city of innocent people is worth more than money and more than tradition.
Insight!
Go ahead.
I am so I
Oh, come on!
She is indeed very hard to read.
Don't like it.
I'm just doing one just for fuckery.
He kind of looks at her, trying to size her up, just gives her the once over, just grumbles under his breath before turning away and redirecting his attention to what he was focusing on before. He said his piece, and that's that. Jesus Christ. Fucking Magna and Vellum are just on point today.
On point forever, apparently. I mean, I'd rather get these dice rolls out.
So do you have a plan for taking on Crothis?
Well,
Preferably hampering him before.
Yes. And then Liska goes through that 30-minute discussion we had at the beginning.
Very well. I will take that into account. As for this bolt, what would you suggest? I have my own plans, but I would like to hear yours.
Well, now that we have two long rangers, this would give us quite an advantage, I would say. Ugh. Excuse me.
Balthazar is just holding his chin, thinking. Very sort of sternly looking at here. What could be seen under the helmet?
I cannot help but feel that if we condone this, and word comes out, the honor of our run, the honor of this hunt that we are so trying to prove ourselves, could be completely nullified in the eyes of the Lord of the Hunt. If this comes out, if you die and you cannot return, what is to keep us from being exorcised on this group by the wrath of the Lord of the Hunt? What insurance can you give us?
Well, if I die, you can simply blame my foolishness, and if I return, and I shall make sure that all of you gain the full honors and titles that come with slaying a dragon. I will have no part in it. I merely want to put this thing between the bastard's eyes that killed so many of the hunter's men.
You seem to have something akin to a vendetta against him, more or less.
Very much so.
This is more of a personal thing than business.
Oh yes, very much so. I would like to see nothing and to see this buried between Crothis' eyes. He has killed too many of my friends in the past, and I would like to see him dead, whether or not that means dealing the killing blow or seeing the rest of you slay this creature.
But here's a question that I have for you. So what do we tell the Lord of the Hunt if you do not return?
Tell them that I had a private contract and that I did not return from that one.
Said here, if you don't come back at that point in time, I'd rather not lie to the Lord of the Hunt even further.
Yeah, you know how he is when he presses for questions. I'm not going to be the one underneath his thumb for that.
Then if I do not return, you may take my armor, you may take my bolt, you may take anything that I have of value in my possession. You can return to the Lord of the Hunt, and I'm sure he will see my death as my own punishment of my own foolishness. I know him very well, and I know his attitudes to foolishness very well. He is not one to put the blame on others for the foolish deeds of others. He may be strict, but he is fair.
He would miss you very deeply.
That I know. But if we do not kill this Crothis, then many more will die.
True. Just know that that poison that you nurtured all these years will take you down with him if you're not careful.
This is the only way I can get rid of that poison.
No, Sahir, you can let us take care of it and you go back. Because what will the Lord think when he discovers that you went against his wishes at Matthias Krieg's ask?
Well, this is more trouble than it's worth. There's a high cost for
A
all
heavy
of this.
compromise. How about this? We are the hunters, we should do the hunt, but this is a fledgling test. Given the nature, perhaps, a greater authority as an observer could be needed. Unless you are about to die, and we are already, well, dead, there would be no point in you engaging in a fight. Simply watch us, so you can prove that this group of nobodies on their first test was able to do what 5 experienced group before could not. You get to see the life lead Rovin's eyes. with your own. Just
As
let
long
us be the ones to take it.
I'll say make a persuasion check, Balthazar.
Okay.
It's gonna roll insight on that one as well.
Bring it back real quick. But keep going.
All right.
17.
Okay.
She kind of thinks to herself for a moment, kind of twirling the dragon slaying bolt in between her thumb and forefinger. She looks at it longingly. She finally says, as long as some point I get to put this in between his eyes. At some point. I may not be there for the rest of the fight. I just wish to see this embedded in his head.
If I can be the one to take the life of his eyes, you may shoot that wherever you wish. But it is very important to me that I am the one.
Very well.
Yep, yes, there is no point to go for it. Come if you must.
So, as I've noticed, it seems his lair is just on the other side of that mountain. Perhaps if we make our way there, set up camp for the night, and tomorrow will be a very, very intense fight.
Now, I would like to ask you a last question while we're still at it here.
Yes?
When did you leave Dune Hollow to follow us?
Not long after you left.
Then who is in charge of the Hunter's Keep now? In your absence.
In my absence, the charge of leadership falls to the Lord of the Hunt himself. He currently resides at the Dune Hollow branch.
She's back.
It seems as though he's back, yes.
Sahir, why would you do this if he is back? Oh, he's going to be so mad.
I'm not taking this.
You
like
let
I-
me take the blame for any and all of this.
Big gamble. This is a big gamble.
It's a big gamble for a big foe.
Sao is just shaking her head. You got massive balls to pull that off, from what I hear.
Only the largest. And she kind of gives you a wry smile.
Or no sense.
There's a thin line.
Well, between what we've done ourselves and what she just did, there is perhaps a little difference, but in the long run, most people would call us foolish or suicidal.
I mean, a little bit of both.
Just one thing I want to know, are you gonna be a problem? Because we have a plan already, and I ain't usually much for sticking to them too well, but you gotta.
She kind of holds a finger up. I may be along for the ride, but this is still entirely your hunt. I will follow whatever plan you intend to follow.
And you're not getting in the way.
Not at all. You won't even see me.
Insight! He's gonna narrow his eyes, just really give her a look over.
One more insight check. You've been spamming these.
Sorry,
Hey.
it's
23.
different conversations about different
Yeah,
subjects.
yeah. Okay.
Fair
23. She seems she does seem genuine. There is definitely an undercurrent of very how would you explain it? Very raw hatred towards Crothis, the scion of the Frozen Ruin.
So so it's clear she'll try not to get in the way, but there is some underlying emotion that may play havoc. Okay, he's not going to say anything. He's going to look at her, up and down. All right, fine. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, she from what you can recount in a kind of body gestures, the way the eyes kind of darts. She seems honest. She seems like she wants to act in the best favor of your group in order to keep you safe.
Then he's gonna once more go return his attention elsewhere. Right then. That was enough to satisfy him.
All right. So what's everyone else doing? Are you moving on, or would you like to harvest anything from this beast?
I imagine Glunka wanted to, if I recall.
Yeah.
He wanted to loot it. There's some neat stuff here. There's some teeth and an eye.
Alrighty, let me grab my.
Way into it.
Bilge. Let's see. No. Liska's going to look at Sahir. Is there any open contracts on something like this?
I'm afraid not, but if you can bring back anything to the keep, we may be able to help to hold them for other contracts. The prices of the creature parts may not be as shall we say expensive as if they were on a contract. We at the Hunter's Keep we only deal with standard prices, not hiked up by any incoming contracts. So basically, she is explaining to you that if you were to say sell them to the Hunter's Keep, they'll be at lower prices than if they were on a contract.
Yeah, of course. It's just kind of like, hey, we haven't had this shit in stock. So Hunter's Keep also has a retail store. I'm just kidding.
All right. Let's see.
So yeah,
Liska and Magna.
About collecting things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Liska and Magna. Both of you know that. Let's see here. The things that are available to harvest from a frostworm. And speaking of frostworms, make a nature check as well. Everyone who's interested in the nature of this beast.
Yeah, alright. I'm a dumb fucker, but sure.
Hey, 10.
Doesn't matter if you smell it or not, it's more if you want to.
It's like a snake.
Alrighty.
I want to be an astronaut, but doesn't mean it's gonna fucking happen.
Depends on the dice.
It's like a snake, but
Glunka,
not a snake.
you are familiar with these types of creatures. They're similar breeds to the purple worms, but less how you say powerful. The frostworms kind of inhabit cold areas and Arctic climates. They are native to the far northern reaches of the world. Most often found in the kind of white wastes at the northern pole of the world, preying on large game such as yetis, dire polar bears, and anything else unfortunate enough to wander its territory. Their preferred method of hunting is laying far beneath the surface in wait and kind of stalking prey with their keen tremor sense, then kind of bursting from the ice as though dragging them underground. Frostworms aren't outwardly hostile to anything that comes across them, but they are fiercely territorial. Unlike, say, the vicious Remoras, frostworms are capable of... unlike the vicious Remoras, frostworms are capable of domestication, but only those brave and strong enough to restrain one can actually do so. Frostworms and Remorazes they frequently compete for territory and food, and kind of they'll battle each other over food whenever one comes across each other. Frostworms, they are monstrous creatures. That's what you know about frostworms.
Neat.
Yeah, information is power. Grunka is smartest.
As for what you can harvest from them, you do know that they do have a or their mandibles are worth quite a lot. Also their teeth, their eyes as well. Well, the singular eye. He's although let's see, Nate Gronka, you do know that the mandibles are pretty. They are prone to decompose fairly quickly, and the icy energies around them seem to coalesce. It's a very risky maneuver to try to harvest them, but it can be done. They are prone to shatter in a very kind of area of effect.
Oh,
Does his voice get higher in colder temperatures?
no.
It's just his natural voice.
I don't know what he's talking about.
You know that it would require someone someone incredibly skilled to harvest their mandibles.
Or a Grunker with a hammer.
Or you can simply start harvesting their teeth. Those do go for quite a bit.
Who, Liska's just gonna kind of walk up, seeing that Grunka's doing his thing. It's like, do you know your way around harvesting from creatures for preservation means?
No.
Right. Well, how about you stay here and help me do it? That sounds good, little guy?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is gonna get, like, her stuff
Good.
in.
Could I have that eye? I don't. You can have anything. I just want the eye.
I mean, it looked like it took a bullet to it, but sure.
Is the eye destroyed? I
Look
didn't
at-
really get to see it on account of being covered in blood.
You kind of
Yeah,
look over the
it's-
eye. It seems relatively intact, though the worth of the eye may have been lowered by the bullet impact.
For his patron. Alright, so yeah, Liska's going to get down and with the aid of Grunka start harvesting as much as she can.
Alrighty, make a survival check.
Yeah. With
With
advantage.
advantage. Yeah.
With advantage, yes.
Whoop whoop.
Da, da, da,
25, nice. So, you begin to kind of slowly begin to kind of wriggle out the mandible to get to a place where you can see the sort of fleshy attachment which enables it to function as a hinge. And you begin to kind of work your way into the mouth a little bit. You kind of slice a few of the tendons and delicately slide it out of the mouth, either one. You needed a 22 to harvest that,
Oh.
and upon a fail, it would have dealt 12d6 cold damage to anyone within a 10-foot radius.
Ooh, shit.
Okay then.
So yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah. Was that both of them or one of them?
that was both of them.
Okay, good.
Alright then.
Uh,
So now that the bombs are disarmed,
You can see
Go
they
about-
are. Sorry, go ahead.
oh well, if it's pertinent information, what is
Well,
it?
they are kind of coated in this icy icy covering that's kind of very jagged in nature. You gather,
Liquid nitrogen, more or less.
yeah, you gather it. If exploding, it would have dealt quite a bit of damage.
We really need a fucking canister to carry some shit like that.
What
not
is the
bad.
shelf
didn't
life
you
of
guys
this?
have a bag of colding?
Yeah, I have it.
All right, so you kind of just as a point of references, it is about 5 feet long. It's pretty big.
Should fit perfectly then.
Yeah. So it does have a shelf life of 10 days, but with a bag of holding, you can keep it indefinitely.
Yeah, bag of colding.
Do you want to
What?
harvest the teeth?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing everything.
Alrighty,
Yeah.
make another survival check.
With advantage.
with advantage.
Hold on, roll 20 spell slow. Still being slow.
So he's just kind of stepping back, folding her arms, seemingly impressed with the harvesting of the mandibles.
He's gonna pull real hard.
So one of you make a survival check with advantage.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've finally, hopefully, got around to it.
Yeah, it's
If I
been
make
slow
rolls
for
it.
a
Yeah.
There
Nat
you
20, bitch!
Oh, nice. Okay, so let's see how many
extract
teeth
the
would that
entire
be.
jaw.
You pretty much extract all of the teeth unharmed. That's about let's see, 1, 2, 3. These are pretty large teeth. The frostworm doesn't have many because most of its mouth is taken up by the mandibles. You do gather about 8 kind of forearm length teeth, and those let's see, the worth of both mandibles together, well, each would be, let's see, 2,000 gold each for the mandibles. And about 300 gold each for each tooth.
How much for a tooth?
300 gold per tooth.
Yeah, you writing that down?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So, Jane,
Yes.
how's the skin on this thing?
It's very blubbery. It's like a blue whale almost. And it's it's stark white in color.
With knowledge of these frostworms, is there a sense that they perhaps might be immune to cold?
Oh, I've closed the thing now. Let me. Let's see here. From I'll make a nature check.
All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Grunk, I wouldn't know anything.
13. It's hard to tell. This is your first experience with a frostworm, aside from reading a few textbooks on stories of travelers encountering these creatures. But you gather that you are you're unable to pinpoint precisely what immunities or resistances these creatures have.
Okay.
Yeah, and Grunk, I wouldn't know either. But he's 18 before.
18?
Yeah, but it was the first roll he did.
Oh, right,
about
right,
the
right.
information. He wouldn't know anything about that.
That's true, actually. From what you can tell, they are. From what you can tell, they do seem to be rather immune to cold.
Yeah, given like they have the fucking frost bombs in their mouths, I imagine they probably would be. So Liska's gonna look at Grunka, just kind of like, I think if we perhaps made cloaks, or just things to wrap around us with its skin, this might really help us against the dragon.
Yeah, also, it's a good camouflage.
It's true. Alright, you want to... What should it be, like squares? I mean, it's cloaks, right? Cloaks are squares.
Yeah,
Okay.
guess.
Then Liska's gonna pull out, like, a fucking big-ass Bowie knife. Because...
AKA a small pocket knife for her.
Alrighty. So
And...
regarding this,
Well, no, it's like Liska size, so it's like a short
Oh.
sword.
Oh.
It's like a fucking huge ass-
So it's a goblin bastard sword. Okay.
Yeah. And she's just gonna be like, and start cutting open, or it's like start cutting off these huge swaths of blubbery hide.
okay, make a survival check as you kind of dig into it, kind of cutting through the hide. It's not fully decomposed yet. Some of it, the thing.
Advantage.
Yeah, survival check with advantage. However, as you do cut into it, you do. Oh, good God. Okay.
Does it still have the effect of damaging it, even though it's dead?
It certainly seems so.
So, was there no similar effect when we were withdrawing the mandibles, or when we were withdrawing?
It seems
the
very much.
teeth?
It very much seems kind of isolated to the hide itself. The kind of freezing exterior of this form. You can see what looks, it's like dry ice kind of drifting off the body as it's slowly beginning to decompose. Let's see.
Okay. And it's still this way even after it's dead.
Apparently so.
Okay then.
Let's see. You do take 14 points of cold damage, reduced to 7. As you cut into it, there is this gout of cold of what looks like cold dry ice, which kind of blankets you. Let's see, it wouldn't be that big one, could no. Okay. Let's see. What was your survival check?
I didn't roll one because I'm not going to continue if it's going to hurt me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is possible. You just.
I mean, no, it's not. I'm going to take guaranteed damage every time I cut into this thing.
Right. Okay.
This code is gonna be so worth it. I mean, Grunk, I could do it. Try at least.
Do you have resistant to cold damage? Because I do, and I still don't want to do it.
That's true.
Because I just took 14 cold damage, reduced to 7, and you would take the full 14.
Yeah, it's true.
Alright. So yeah, with that development, we're just gonna... Like, this could be like, well, fuck this then.
Oh, well.
Alright. Let's go back to other people doing things.
Alrighty. So what's everyone else doing?
Having a conversation, apparently. We can bring it to the front.
Yep. Go ahead. Roleplay.
Balthazar and Vellum are talking.
Oh, well, Balthazar has just said,
Mistakes like that could cost us our lives. There is no room for slack like this. Slack is taken by our enemies.
You know, Bath, I've known you just a day or two. You groups to, how should I say, have trouble with cooperation at some times. If there were more time to prepare in certain days before this hunt, a lot of this would have been squared off. None of this would have happened. But short time, short notice.
Of course.
Oh, bye, Janner. No, wait. It wasn't Janner, it was Aben.
That was Avon.
Oh,
There he is.
Ah.
Oh, there's Phil.
Carry on.
Aiden, you okay?
It's
Yeah, that was weird.
it's very concerning that this happened on a frost worm. Even more so that you got badly wounded on this.
I am slightly more hardy than some, with a bit of magical healing.
That's
But
not
what if
what
things were slightly worse?
that's
What
not
if her
what
spell killed her bride?
See, that's not what I'm concerned about per se. It's we mostly had our positioning right. It's more or less the mind. It doesn't matter if you have a great force in order to overcome an obstacle. If the mind of your compatriots or soldiers can't take the stress of battle. That's what worries me. And we're facing a fucking dragon. That stress is going to be ramped up. So, morale and spirit need to be high. If either faltered, we're all dead. One mistake. One chance.
One opportunity.
One opportunity. Thank you, Grunka.
Okay.
Can cost us multiple lives. And we will not see the next sunrise. That is my worry. What you did, I cannot disagree with, because the father, the master of the hunt would have been the same. But there's another avenue. We need to make sure that our spirit is strong and our cohesion is strong. If any one of us fall apart, we're fucked. Understand?
There's a time and a
Of
place.
course, I understand. Why do you think I'm doing this now? Why would I roll over on something that could have killed us?
That's not what I'm getting at, Balf. What I'm saying is that you did the right thing, but you also need to build your soldier or your compatriot up. Discipline
I've
is
been
great.
trying for months.
Sometimes it takes two to tango. One
Of
to
course.
fail, and one to keep deep dancing like a fool. So, I would think a small talk of encouragement with discipline afterwards would work. Discipline by itself would lead a hard heart and hatred. It could fester like with our friend here who's going after Clovis and came for us during the fight of the Frostworm. Her hatred was that bad enough that he broke rules on our hunt. So what I'm saying is, quell the fire of hatred that's happening in this group. It may be small, maybe medium, but it needs to be quelled now. Because I'm not going in there. Huh?
He just taps his chin for a moment while you're talking.
I'm not gonna go into a group that has bitterness toward each other, even if it's unseen. I'm not going in there to a danger zone with newbies who fucking can't get their shit together. So, fix the problem with a never approach, or I'm going to fix it.
You're welcome to try. I've been the kind, encouraging figure for months. I treated her like my daughter. She had more leeway. She had more room for forgiveness. She had more positive encouragement than we gave anyone else. We were going to kill Vellum because he made a small enough mistake of triggering a trap and not listening once. Talk that situation down. I got us to get to where we are now. Look at Vellum. He was a fool. He would not listen, and now he's excelling.
I'm right here, Belf.
We're just using you
And
for an
you're the
example
perfect
right now.
example.
Don't take all the credit, mind.
No, you are the point of this. I can try methods, but it is up to you to respond and up to you to grow, and you have. Hero insists that I do not treat her as a child. insists she is old enough to make her own decisions, despite numerous times it has come back to hurt the Ogre. It even killed her, and nearly killed all of us.
So, from what I'm gathering, is that, excuse me, saying, a child here had made multiple mistakes and been want to be treated as an adult, but nearly cost nearly everyone her life and hers in the process, and did so again on this Frostwind battle, almost costing you your life. Am I correct?
Oh, yes. That's why the foot is coming down, so to speak. Because all these mistakes have been on kindness. For now, she needs to see. For now, she needs to understand. What if it was not me? What if I was down? What if I was dead? And her spell killed her wife.
I see what you're trying to implement. Don't get me wrong. I really see it. I'm gonna need to have a talk with her.
You are welcome to, and I'm welcome to suggestions. I've been kind and encouraging and using polite words all the way to now. It is not working. She wants to be seen as an adult. She wants to work with adults. She is welcome to do so. I am the one that advocated for her freedom, advocated for her right to rush into a marriage. I have been supporting her the whole time, and I still do. But the difference is she needs to learn. Being kind is not having her learn. At some point, she needs to be bit back.
She needs a stern hand is what she needs, but also a hand that guides her. You have been doing the guiding, but you need a stern hand. I would not use whatever you did back there again, because that causes rifts. As much as that was very needed.
The thing about tough but fair, Balth, is you gotta be fair as well as tough. Given her no choice at using whatever you did, I didn't catch it. But doing anything out of sorts with her like that, no.
I can tell you this from experience.
Is it fair to me that I blood?
Ralph, I'm gonna say this from experience. That what you need and what needs to happen need to coincide. Sternness and forgiveness is good, but I will deal with this problem. You've done your part. I will deal with this. Since I'm the veteran here, along with Liska, who was, in a sense, gaining you through this trial, I will need to make sure everyone's on par. You've done your job, and I appreciate that.
At this point in time,
not give the carrot.
At this point in time, Liska's gonna walk up and be like, "So, have we discussed what that magic spell was?"
You can discuss this with him. I'm gonna talk with the little one.
We're burning time here, people.
Yeah, don't like to agree with her, but she's not wrong. And it is pretty fucking cold out here still.
Yeah, maybe nice.
Yeah.
Well, let us find a place to hide then. So as long as we get out of the winds and we get some place where the ice can insulate us, we should be able to stay the night.
Okay. So you continue on the path for a couple more hours. It's now turned dark. You do see. Let's see here. Da-da-da. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and kind of, despite it being only 2 days, it feels as though it's been closer to a week, kind of trudging through the ice, snow, and other treacherous terrain. And as you eventually kind of turn around the foot of the mountain here, you finally look upon your end goal, the massive icy spire that Crothis calls home. Like a massive curling finger, it's situated atop a bulging hill of spindly kind of spines of ice. It's as if the spire was a trail of a massive frosty meteor, kind of caught mid-impact, throwing up other smaller trails around the point where it's collided with the ground. As you crane your neck up to the pinnacle of this tower of ice, what initially looked like 500 feet is closer to 600 feet. You begin to set up camp over a smaller kind of an inlet, like a sort of cave out of the way. Kind of turn around the corner of the main cave, the small chamber here, where you think you could probably set up some sort of small fire out of the view of the wider Jawful.
Guess we can
Yep.
set up camp then? Oh,
Yep.
Cool.
You begin to set up camp. And you begin to bed down for the night. If there's anything else you would like to say before then.
I mean, can probably say it next session.
Yeah.
Alright then.
The night is a long time.
Yes. And with that, we will leave the session there.
Turn that down.
Spoopy.
Boopy.
Oh, this is from the actual roll 20. Okay, turn that down.
That was an interesting fight.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
I also thought we'd get to the dragon, but probably good we didn't. Because it's like an hour and a half of fishing, and I'm like, we haven't found dragon yet. Oh no. I'm glad it's got its own session.
yeah. It probably needs an entire session.
Oh yeah.
Unless
dragon,
we like,
probably definitely.
yeah, unless we like ruin it, or they ruin us.
Either or.
Yeah.
Right. So next time, you set upon the dragon's lair.
Yeah. And hopefully not die.
Yeah.
And hopefully not fall apart the fucking night before.
Yes, it's a good narrative moment to have some drama.
There is very much drama here.
Yeah.
Also, just a thought, I guess, is that if we're gonna go camp, because we haven't really traveled anywhere, have we? We're still by the worm.
No, we've traveled.
Oh, did
Yeah,
we
we
travel?
traveled.
I must have missed
Yeah,
it.
Jenny was saying how it felt like weeks.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I must have missed that.
Yeah, you've collectively been travelling through the Jawful for about 2 days now. This is the end of your second day. I was just saying that the hours felt like weeks.
Wait, second since we entered this region, or since we left Dunhollow? Because it's odd that we spent 2 days here and we didn't.
You spent 2 days travelling from Dunhollow to
Okay, yeah.
to what you presume to be Crothis' lair.
Okay, that makes sense. Because I was just like, wait a minute. There's a night there I don't remember.
The first night
No.
you were all planning your dragon
Yeah.
tactics.
I get what you mean now. I thought like since you entered the region. I
Yeah.
was like, that doesn't make sense.
This is the beginning of the second night.
So yeah.
Which we have to kill the dragon today and, well, air quote today, and then be on the way back.
Yeah, and not die.
Yeah.
Of course, we might be fucked if we, kill the fucking mount we brought along. Because who's gonna pull the fucking wagon?
Grunka.
Uh-huh.
The mount shouldn't be in that fight.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to bring it, but apparently we brought it.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
thought
It's
that
up-
we
it's
had
up
we
to-
were leaving it at the cart just because it's
It
kind
did
of
some
hard to
decent
find.
damage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
Crit, yeah.
if it gets eaten, we're not gonna make it back in time.
Yeah,
That's true.
we will not make it back in time. And it's likely we will freeze to death.
Just leave it here in this little fucking shelter we found and then go off.
Fine, okay.
I know it's fun and cool to ride it into battle, but if it's
Not
dead,
ride
then
it.
fucked.
Fair enough.
And also, if we get like downed or unconscious people, we have something to put them on to hold our asses back.
Yep.
Yeah. There's a shame about the skin of the worm. It could have been very useful.
Yeah, but it would have been a bitch to cut.
Yeah. If you're gonna take damage from it, then it's not worth it.
Yeah, I also that is something I want to say, Jenner. Like most effects from creatures, actually all effects from creatures that are usually like from damage or when they're alive, it's like tied to the creature actually being alive. So like a Baylor. Well, no, that's not a good example because Baylors explode when they die. But there are other ones, like there are other creatures where like it's the actions and features of the creature stop
The
being
stench of a
actions and
chocolate
creatures
that goes
whenever
away
it's
when
dead.
it dies.
Yeah.
Usually it's some biological or magical function that's tied to dead life force.
Yeah.
Magic bullshit.
Mhm.
Right. Okay.
So just
Fine.
Hmm. Uh,
I mean, if you didn't want to give, like, I understand if you don't want to give cold immunity to, like, the party. You can just be like, okay,
Yeah.
give this cold resistance to people who wear it.
Yeah,
You know, something like
could also go the approach of you have to actually like cure it because now it would just be like slabs of skin and not
Yep.
actually like,
It's kind of
That's-
blubber.
cloaks.
Actually,
That's
make things out of
fair.
blubber. It's not like a pelt.
Well, I mean, it has skin. It's just that the blubber's underneath.
Yeah, the blubber. And plus, fat is kind of a connective tissue in essence. So, like, it's all. It'd be gross as fuck,
Yeah,
but it's still
yeah.
like its own thing.
right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
It
That's
would
that's
literally be that
that's
Star Wars
fair.
thing of cutting into the thing to sit in its blubber to not die.
Star Wars.
Star
Yeah, I
Wars.
mean, could just say that maybe could say that we got them. It's just that we have to actually have them like cured and actually made into cloaks. That we just
Yeah.
have like
That's
slabs
fair.
of
That's fair.
worm skin
Um.
that we can't use.
Yeah, because there'll most likely be some sort of extensive process to cure the hide of a creature this massive.
Yeah.
And to like have it keep the actual property, so it's not just a piece of dry skin.
All right.
Just something a nice reward, I guess. And not dying. It's also a good reward, I guess.
Not
Uh,
all dying.
What I could say is that it would take a few days to cure, but you would need the proper curing station to do that.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, we could probably take it back to Hunter's Keep and have it done there. I'm sure
Hmm.
or at least they would
Yeah.
know where to do it.
Bag of colding you.
All right. Sure. I'll say if you take a few. Fair point. I'll say if you take a few days to cure it at the proper stations, using regular survival checks to do so. You could potentially get some sort of some sort of light leather armor. Or no, this will be light. This will be
Yeah, or cloaks or something like that.
yeah.
Hide.
Hide, yeah, a sort of hide cloak that could give you some sort of resistance to cold damage.
Yeah, because Grunko would probably have a cloak because he doesn't really want to wear armor.
Yeah. My
But yeah,
fault. I was trying to think on the fly there because
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Could probably give it to Nero, considering she's really shit at cold.
I mean,
she already has cold weather gear, so she's not
Oh,
affected by cold weather.
Okay.
so yeah. I'll give you that one. You can create a hide cloak from frostworm skin if you have the correct tools and across a period of days.
I'm sure we can speak to some professionals.
All right. So I'll say mark off. How much would this be?
Well, hold on.
Yep.
There's a quick means of just helping this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Boop, 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 doo. 16.
Alrighty. That would be how many square feet?
5 football fields.
You're saying if this worm was just laid out, it'd be 5 football fields?
I'll say.
God.
If you stretch the skin enough.
I'll say about 12 square feet of this this hide. So that it'll effectively be enough to I'll say creatively trying to narrate it with my own previous thing. I'll say because of the damage that was emanating from the creature, you only had enough time. You could only bear enough to create gather enough hide to create one cloak.
Or a really big con.
Cold
Okay.
resistance. I don't know, I felt like saying something random.
Apparently.
Oh god.
Question.
Yes.
Not to Vellum. That's for later.
I mean, look, it's needed, okay? Don't ask.
No, it's not. So, quick question: if you stab the creature, and like the cold comes out, since it's dead and it's not able to kind of like, since its body's not able to really heal itself anymore, you just kind of stab and hold open, like prop open the wound somehow, so it just like leaks out all whatever the fuck it is that's coming out.
Potentially, yeah.
It makes like a balloon deflating sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's gonna do that. I guess it's this creature's blood, so just going to
It's like a-
basically
it's
bleed
like-
it.
It's like xenomorph blood.
I was gonna say it's probably more like fucking liquid nitrogen.
I
Well,
mean,
yeah,
he
but
meant
I think
xenomorph blood
it's-
as in it's dangerous.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the same
Yeah.
style. It's just cold damage instead of acid damage.
Well, I heard acid in there actually.
Yeah, well, you know.
I mean,
that was
A
that
little
was
bit of
Magna's weapon.
Oh yeah.
It was acid damage.
have you guys
I see.
heard about the stories of people sleeping with ice packs on their back or something, and then waking up
And they
burns?
frostburn. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
don't do that.
I imagine
I'll
it's something
say-
akin to that.
If you're taking the time to let all the blood drain out, it is a large creature that would take a while to do.
Well, I mean, it's also like
Just open up enough holes.
yeah.
well, no,
yeah.
I mean, its circulatory system doesn't work anymore, and if it's a large creature, I'm just gonna bleed the parts that I'm gonna be like. It's not pumping fresh blood into the hole.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sure.
It's
It's no longer under pressure.
yeah.
Coming down on you.
Coming down on me.
No one has no.
No Hunter Asper.
Oh.
Anyway, we're back.
But yeah,
Are you still streaming, Jenner? I'm worried that with our just perfect performance here, you could get a
Right.
copy.
Let me. I'll stop recording here as well.